one of the channels I subscribe to.
All right. Hey, everybody. My name's Jim, and I am I'm one half of RPG Enlightenment, and today I'm with an awesome group of players, and we're going to be going through, well, they are going to be trying to escape the world's most infamous prison. It's actually in my homebrew world. Whether, and it's actually for my home game, so whether or not they are successful in escaping, this will actually affect my world. So without any further ado, we're going to go ahead and jump into it. Ros-Rasca prison is the most infamous prison in all of the worlds. All the planes of existence, the most dangerous criminals are sent here. This isn't for your mundane murderers or thieves. This is a place for the worst of the worst. This is also a place for the ones that death was too good for, or the people that they just couldn't kill. They couldn't find a way to. So they had to lock them up. And that is where we find our players. They are prisoners within this inescapable fortress. We actually find ourselves following one prisoner in particular, and this is his first day here. His name is Aranus, and he is being led down the hall. The stone floors are smooth. The walls, also made of stone, are completely bare. There's not even traces of doors. And yet, there are guards posted every couple of feet, as if they're standing guard at a cell. The guard that is leading Arnis is actually a friend of his. He has been talked into helping him, Arnis, break out his master. And Arnis, I want you to tell me, how did you convince this guard to help you?
I threatened him.
Do you want to elaborate on how you threatened him?
I know his family. I know where he lives. And his family's not home. They've been taken to another location. And if he doesn't help me, they won't be here anymore. So he knows this. So with that liability hanging over him, he's reluctant, or at least going to help me. And I promise him a restitution at the end.
So by threatening this guard and his family, you have gained access to Ros-Rasca, and you also gained some information about where Kursek, your lord, is being held. And you know that he's on the 9th floor of this prison, the 9th level. And these floors don't go up, they go down. So y'all are 9 levels under ground floor. You all know from rumors that the lower you go in Ros-Rasca, the more dangerous you are. And that there were only 12 floors here. So y'all are on the 9th. So y'all are actually pretty dangerous, whether it be because of the knowledge that you have or the abilities that you have. Or maybe just the crimes that you've committed altogether. something has landed you not only in Ros-Rasca, but also on the 9th level. Now, each of you has been contacted by this guard, and you have been enlisted to help Arnis break Kursek out. You've been promised one thing or another for your services. But above all that, you've been promised freedom. You're not sure exactly how this is supposed to happen, but you know that it's happening today. Let's see. Kursek, what are you doing in your cell while you wait for your rescuee or rescuer? Sorry.
Kursk is sitting on his cot, and he's staring at his forearm, where he's got this little chunk of ceramic that he's been able to kind of break off from a tile, and he's kind of absent-mindedly carving symbols into his forearm and some of the untattooed areas of flesh, just kind of these rough, jagged lines with this sharp edge of ceramic, and he's paying attention to what's going on outside of himself. There, like to anyone moving by or any kind of activity, but he's trying to appear as if he's just focused on his carving.
All right. Mr. Smith, you have been enlisted to help in this rescue mission. What are you doing in your cell while you wait?
I'm aware of kind of basic plan that's going to happen, and I'm fiddling with the collar, making sure that I'm able to use my tools to get it released as soon as the doors pop, and really focusing on all the different aspects of changing my appearance at will, possibly having to dispatch a guard, don on his clothes, because only my actual physicality changes, not my items. So that's what I'm kind of going through my head while I'm kind of touching the collar on my neck and making sure I can quickly get the tools into whatever clasp that they've got this thing affixed with around my neck.
Yes, and as Kenny, Mr. Smith has pointed out, you each have a collar around your neck. This is a iron band that has runes inscribed across it. You've all probably tried before to either break it off physically or maybe pick it with something, but it is enchanted to not be released except with a very specific key. Now, for some of you, you have been given a little makeshift set of lockpicks, thieves' tools by this guard that is helping you escape. Some of you have maybe also been given a small makeshift knife. Others were offered a small arcane focus of some kind. And with that in mind, I want, I believe, Philip, your character's name is Fizz. What is Fizz doing while he waits for this jailbreak?
So Fizz has been in prison for a while, and basically he's just trying to prepare himself to finally taste freedom again. His skin has grown pale without sunlight, his body a little frail, and he's basically just rubbing his legs, stretching, knowing that he needs to be as limber as he can possibly be to make this a success. He looks over to one of the corners of his cell where he sees a little spider in its web, and it reminds him of his own construct companion that's locked away somewhere in this prison. And he thinks to himself, soon, my friend, we'll be reunited. I hope we can get out of here and save whoever it is we need to save. Get this blasted collar off of me.
And so, Arnis, you're being walked down this stone walkway, this stone corridor, past all these guards, being led by the guard that you have threatened. And you know in your mind that at any minute will be the signal. At any second, they're going to set it off. And it doesn't take long after those thoughts cross your mind that all of you feel this slight vibration in the stonework of the building. And then you feel this wave of energy pass over all of you. And then another, and then another. And as this arcane energy just blasts through the prison, Kursek's men just offshore of the prison have released or set off a arcane bomb that essentially works as a EMP of sorts on magical items and magical effects on items. And this was the plan, to shut down the wards of the prison and to release the locks on the doors and to release the enchantment on the collars to try and help y'all get out.
So at the first vibration, Kursk slowly stands up from his cot and walks towards the door of his cell, and he stands there sort of patiently while these pulses continue, just waiting for them to finish.
Yeah, and as soon as that last pulse goes over all of you, all the cell doors slide open. And you know that that's the signal that now it's time. How would each of you react to this?
Uranus would smile sinisterly. His plan is all coming to fruition. It's starting. So he's right where he wants to be.
And in fact, you are. You know, just from a basic layout that you have been given of specifically this floor, that you are only a few cells down from where your master is being kept. And you see all these doors slide open. The guards immediately turn as these doors appear and slide open. And they instantly draw their weapons. The only one that does not is the one that is directly behind you. And he has had it set up so that the cuffs that were on you, he had a key. And immediately as those pulses were going through, he unlocked you. Your hands are free. All of your hands are free because all of the other ones were in a cell. But Uranus is in the hallway. The rest of you are in your cells. You hear commotion as prisoners are trying to fight their way out of their cells, as one or two guards are trying to stop them. But there are screams of panic and of terror and of pain. And all you can think is that this is it. We're going to get out.
Kursk would
Kursk.
reach up to his band and attempt to rip it off now that it seems deactivated.
Okay, please give me a strength check.
Ooh. Strength or athletics?
You can use athletics.
I'll make it a 14.
Okay. That is enough to rip this band off of your neck.
Yay. Yeah, so
the
he just let
color-
it drop to the floor.
All right. You are now able to cast spells. Or use
He does
any
one of
kind
those badass,
magic.
like, neck crack things, both sides, cracks his knuckles, and takes a step into the hall.
All right. As you step into the hall, you would immediately, well, not maybe immediately, depending on how you looked, but your gaze would eventually fall on Uranus or Uranus. Horrible with names.
Uranus, yeah.
And you would see him standing there in the middle of the corridor as there are already fallen guards and there's blood on the floor and there is chaos through the hall.
I would I have a collar as well, right?
Yes, you do.
I would attempt to get both of my hands in between it to rip it off.
All right, please give me an athletics check.
All right. 12.
That is just enough to rip it off. So you probably struggle a little bit, but then it just kind of peels away.
And then I'd like to summon my weapons into my hands.
All right, tell me how that looks.
The runes that are carved into my flesh, the eldritch markings begin to glow into a neon green, emanating light from them. And from them into my palms, the same eldritch fire burns. And in one hand, it's quite longer than the other, which a scimitar comes, and he actually holds it backwards. And in the other hand, a dagger forms, and he holds that upright.
Okay. Mr. Smith, what would be the first thing that you would do after you would feel these waves pass over you and you would see the cell door unlock and slide away?
Mr. Smith reaches up to his collar, starts to fiddle with it, and tries to give it a good yank. He doesn't have a good strength, but he will make an attempt before he applies his craft with his tools.
Okay.
Rolled a 1. Yeah, that's a 1. What do you want to do with that?
All right. So you try to, and you're just applying force. You're trying all these different angles, and instead of like just breaking off altogether, you actually twist it a little bit, and so that it actually starts to choke you a little. You're gonna go ahead and make me an attempt. Give me an attempt to pick these locks real quick.
Okay.
Otherwise, you might have a little bit of side effect from airflow being cut off.
Okay. Got a 13, and let's see. Hang with me here. I have proficiency in lock picking. So I have a proficiency bonus of 4, and let's see. I'm trying to see what.
And you rolled a 13?
Yeah, and then my dex bonus is a +4. So do I add those together?
Yeah, you would, but yeah, no, you're good. I think that's a 21.
Okay.
So real quickly, you realize what you've done, that you've twisted, and you need to get this off real quick. and you shove those pins in there and you start fiddling with it, and with expertise, literally, you just click it into place and it falls away.
And my eyes light up, a smile crosses my face as I toss the collar into the corner, and I stick my head out the doorway to get a quick glance at what's going on and see if I can locate the nearest guard with my tools in my hand.
All right. We will come back to that. Fizz,
All right.
what do you do?
Fizz, realizing that it's an arcane impulse bomb, knows that, okay, this is it. He goes and waits for the door to unlock. As the door unlocks, he'll go and he notices his collar deactivates. He'll go ahead and try to yank it off also, although he doesn't really expect to succeed. And he doesn't. That's a total of 4.
Yeah, no, you're yanking at it. It just won't go.
Perhaps
At
I
least it's
can
not a
find
1.
someone to assist me. And he'll go ahead and walk out into the hall. Or before he walks out, he wants to like survey the situation, see what's out in front of him.
Yeah, you would see a scene of almost chaos that has ensued. There are guards laying on the ground, bleeding out. Some are dead. Some are still up fighting other inmates that have rushed out of their cells. And from what you can tell real quick is that there's probably 30 living people, inmates and guards, all crowded into this space. The hallway is roughly 15 feet wide and probably 100 feet long until it turns at corners. And in this small space, there's probably about 30 individuals, all kind of condensed from what you can see.
Was I given any like orders to meet somewhere, or do I know where I have to go to catch up with these guys?
You know that the people that you are working with are on this level. And you know that they've been given your description and your name, but you're not sure exactly who it is that you're going to be working with. You don't even know who it is you're trying to essentially get out.
Is
You
there
just
like
know.
a code word that we have so that amongst us we know that, like, oh, yep, you're part of this escape crew?
Aranis, would you have given any kind of instructions on this?
I know their cell locations, right?
Yes.
So how far away is he from me?
From you, he's probably 30 feet. He's
I would
y'all are
say
all in a close area to each other.
I would be able to message him then mentally.
Nice.
So I would say that I would use message the cantrip to be able to tell him like what direction he needed to come to get to us.
Sweet.
And would you be doing this for all of those enlisted? Would you have done this for Fizz and Mr. Smith?
Yes, I believe that would be the plan.
Okay. So as this is all happening, both Fizz and Mr. Smith get this message from Aranis. And this is probably what y'all were told would happen, that you would be contacted when it was time. And then you would be given further orders. If everybody would go ahead and roll me initiative to kind of keep track of things a little bit better.
What do we add to the initiative? Dex?
Yes.
Dex modifier, unless you have
Yeah,
anything
you-
else.
Got a 16 for Mr. Smith.
12 here for Uranus.
All right. So, Mr. Smith, yeah, you see that there's a guard laying dead. Looks like his throat has been slit right next to your cell. So you're able to grab the guard and drag him back into the cell and begin taking off his clothes and his armor to don as your own.
Sweet. Sweet.
And so that you know, he has a chain shirt and a shield, as well as a long sword.
Wonderful. Okay, that's what I'll be doing for the next probably 90 seconds.
Okay. And Kursek?
Chain shirt, shield, and a long sword.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Then Kursek, when you walk out, you, as I said before, you see Uranus standing there in the hall. And he, well, what would you be doing, Uranus, in the middle of this chaos?
Charging in.
Okay. So yeah, you would see that your faithful servant has immediately gone into combat. How would you react to the scene that you're beholding?
Kursk smiles very slightly and subtly, seeing this, and he raises a hand to his forehead and sort of traces this small rune on his head and casts mage armor with his invocation. And this sort of black shadow kind of creeps from the place that he drew the rune on his forehead, and it spreads out over his body for a moment, and then it seems to fade into a shadowy haze. And he begins to move forward towards where his companion is, and he holds his hand out, preparing to summon one of his packed weapons.
All right. And we'll say that you can go ahead and summon that if you want to tell us what that looks like.
Okay. It as it starts to kind of unfold into reality, it starts by looking like kind of a small black squiggly worm, and it sort of grows very quickly into a pole. But this pole has like sort of suction cup tentacle features along it, and then this axe blade springs from the end of it, and it's a black axe blade, and then it sort of solidifies, so it sort of looks like a carved like tentacle battle axe in like black wood.
Sweet.
All right. So, Uranus, there are two guards directly in front of you.
Not for long.
I'm sorry?
Not for long.
Yeah, so if you would like to attack or do what you were going to do to them, you may.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that they are rank and file guards, and not anything else that I may know about.
Yeah, no, these are just basic guards.
Okay. I'm gonna just rage and charge at the closest one.
All right, give me an attack roll, please.
Okay, I'm gonna run and I'm gonna take a jump up off the wall to come down on him with my scimitar. If you'd like, I
Okay.
could take an acrobatics check before I do that.
I don't think that. I think you would be accustomed enough to this kind of movement that you'd be able to do it without any kind of issue.
Okay, so I'm going to have at him with my scimitar. 17 to hit.
That will hit.
And I'm kind of a weird barbarian. I'm dex based, so I'm not getting any advantage to my strength because I'm using my dex to attack. And we're gonna have 7 on the damage die. And then I am a 2-weapon fighter is my fighting style. So I'd like to use well, I have an extra attack first, so I'm gonna use the scimitar to do that as well.
Okay.
Slashing at his after coming down with my first scimitar across his body, I'm gonna swipe back across to hit his leg. Not that it matters that much. 18 to hit.
That will hit.
And that's another 7 damage. And then now I'll use my bonus action to use my dagger.
All right,
Are they both within melee range? Go ahead.
They are. For the that first guard, he is dead. How does that look whenever you cut him down?
When I first came across his body, it was probably a substantial gash across him that, left untreated, would have probably killed him. But to top it off, I cut diagonally through his femur and severing the femoral artery. So that was the end of it. Just the blood loss from the chest and the blood loss from the leg was just enough to make him unconscious or dead.
Sweet.
All right. Was there something else that you would like to do?
I do have a bonus action if I could move in to use my dagger on the remaining guard.
Okay, you may do so.
And then with my fighting style, I can use my ability modifier still. That is 22. No, 24. No, 22, sorry.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
I think so. We'll go with 6 damage on the dagger.
All right. So while you are fighting, you've cut down one guard, and while you're locked in combat with this other guard, Fizz, you, after receiving these orders, you realize that or where it was coming from, and you see this man covered in scarification and these runes that are carved into his body, just cutting men down, and he's currently locked in combat with another one. You also see that there are 2 guards that haven't noticed you yet, just to the right of you. But like I said, they're not paying you any attention. They're actually more focused on trying to handle a woman that is screaming like a barbarian at them. What would you like to do?
Does it look like either of the guards have any sort of keys on them? I guess
It does not.
all the prisoners are released, but does that mean that my mechanical servant is also released if all the doors are open?
Wherever he would be, yes.
Okay.
The door that would be holding him away would also be unlocked.
Okay. So Fizz is going to walk out his cell, walk towards the guy who clearly seems like who's just destroyed a bunch of guards, and he'll go ahead and assume he's in charge. Oh, yes, you must be in charge here. Here, help me get this off.
And you're walking over to Aranis, right?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you go up to him as he's kind of fighting with this one guard, and you're asking him for help.
Yeah.
I assume that he's probably a little bit more preoccupied with taking this guard down. So 1 second. So we'll come back to seeing if he stops that to help you.
Okay.
All right. So let's see. Kursk, while you're standing there in the hallway, just out of the corner of your eye, you see one of the guards turn to you and actually takes a swing at you with his longsword. And he misses it. You just easily dodge out of the way of it. No issue at all. But as you do, you come right into the line of sight of another guard who immediately swings at you again, at you as well. But he also misses. So you're just ducking and dodging and weaving quite easily as these guards swing at you, trying to hit you.
What fools they are.
Mr. Smith, you have very skillfully been able to get these clothes off and this armor off and don it onto yourself. And taking his sword and his shield. Have you also, being a changeling, have you also taken his appearance?
Yeah, I've actually assumed the appearance of the guard I robbed of his clothes, because I have to have a visual of what I'm changing into. He's going to step out of his cell now, and he's assessing which direction he needs to go, and also looking to see if he's going to be accosted by another prisoner, and he's looking for his meetup people. Which direction does it look like I need to be moving?
You are actually on one of the first cells on the hallway. So you would need to go right to get to the center of this mass of people where the message came from.
All right. I'm going to head that direction, fully aware that I am now a target of every prisoner in this facility, especially on this floor. So I'm going to be extra wary and in defending myself while I'm trying to get a hold of Aramis or Fizz or Kursk, whichever one I can see first. I'm not even really aware if I know what they look like.
You are not.
And I wasn't sure if we had a special word that we needed to say to each other for identification purposes.
Nope. Aranis is pretty much going to be communicating with y'all via his message spell or cantrip until y'all actually meet up. He knows what y'all look like and what your names are.
Perfect.
But for the rest of you, you do not.
Perfect. All right.
So yeah, you start making your way over, and you're being extra wary of the prisoners that are around you as you now look like a guard, and you're parrying some of their blows. You're dodging out of the way of others as you make your way closer to the center. Kursk, what would you like to do? You just had 2 guards take swings at you.
Yeah. With this battle axe in hand, he does a quick glance at the 2 of them, and grasps it with both hands and takes a swing at the first one that attacked him. Where'd my die go? There it is. And ooh, hey, 18 plus 6, so 24.
That will hit.
Awesome. And since I'm using it two-handed, I believe that's a D10. Oh, come on. Dang it. 1 plus 2, so 3 damage for the first guy. And then seeing that probably did not kill him, I will go for my second attack with that Thirsting Blade invocation on the same guy, just trying to destroy him. So that's going to be a 19 to hit.
That will also hit.
And this time I got a 10. So that's a 12 damage.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. So, what does that look like as you slay this guard?
So yeah, this the first swing of this battle axe is a little bit like short, and he kind of dodges back, and it only like slices at his clothes and kind of draws a little bit of blood from his belly. But right when as he goes back to kind of reel back from this, he almost stumbles for a moment, and Kirk takes the opportunity to just bring the battle axe down with both hands straight on top of his head, splitting it.
Nice.
Alrighty.
And then he just glares at the other one that attacked him. Doesn't say anything, but he just kind of stares him down as he pulls the axe out of the other guy's skull.
All right. Aranis, what would you be doing? You are currently locked in combat with one guard, and you have Fizz standing next to you, asking you to help him remove his collar. What would you like to do?
In the midst of my rage, he's like coming up like, and so he screams at the gnome, just roars like he's not trying to communicate rationally whatsoever. He just and he continues at the guard that he's at the moment.
Right, you're not the person to talk to then. I'm going to look around and see if I see anyone who might have some sort of like lock picks or something on them that I can try and get this collar off with.
So you look around, and there's not any kind of lockpicks or anything just laying around, but there are like splints of wood and metal from weapons that the guards have been holding that have been shattered or broken off. If you would like to try and use those, you may, but it would be a disadvantage just because they're very makeshift. Otherwise, you could try and find somebody else to help you.
Yeah, I guess I just want to go try to find where they might store stuff. I mean, my tools are extremely important to me. They're my livelihood, so the first thing I'll have to do is try to find them. And so realizing that the person who originally communicated with me is now in a fit of rage and is incommunicable, I will go ahead and try to kind of stealthily find my way down the hallway, avoiding all the battles.
Give me a stealth check, please.
Ten. Damn.
Yeah, no, you're spotted by two guards, and they actually turn their attention to you. And they're actually going to take swings at you. First one. All right, so we have the first nat 20 of the game.
Thanks.
So let's see. You're going to be so the one guy comes down at you. By the way I do crits is you roll your damage, add your modifier, then double it. He is swinging it with one hand, so it's just a D8. So he's going to do 20 slashing damage to you.
Yum.
Smith, see these guards attacking this prisoner. Be in an area where you can see this happening.
Are you looking specifically for Fizz?
No,
Like,
I'm just going. Yeah, I'm just making my way down the hall, and I'm trying to get to the point where we were supposed to kind of gather and waiting for the message in my head. I was just wondering if I happened to notice this lone prisoner being accosted by two guards.
I'd say yes, you do, because your passive is so high. You're just like super aware of what's going on, and yeah, you see Fizz kind of just start walking away from this guy that's raging and roaring, and as soon as he does, he catches the attention of these guards, and you see the one guard land a very fierce blow on him.
Okay, great. As you continue, I'm going to start heading that direction.
Okay. Yeah, it won't take you long. So, Fizz, the second guard is going to take a swing at you. And that one will miss. All right. So, let's see. All right. So, okay. Kursk, the one guard that you've slain is now laying on the ground, and the other guard sees that happening, sees you glaring at him, and is visibly terrified by it. The guards on this floor know who they're guarding, and you can tell by the way this guard looks at you that he knows exactly who you are. And he is visibly terrified. You can see that his sword, as he holds it, is trembling, and you can probably even hear, even over the commotion of the battles that are going on around you, that his armor is clinking against each other as he is literally shaking in his boots. See. Aranis, the one guard that you are currently engaged with is going to try and swing his long sword at you.
I will use my reaction to gain my proficiency bonus to AC since I'm holding a finesse weapon.
Awesome. So what does that put your AC at?
20.
20. He makes it by 1.
And I am raging.
Yes,
so
you
I
are.
have resistance to all damage other than psychic.
Okay. All right, so you're going to take 2 slashing damage from that.
You did the reduction?
Yes.
All right. I'll laugh at him.
Alrighty, and Mr. Smith, you as you're heading towards this, you do see that there are two guards that turn their attention to you, and they are each going to take a swing at you. The first one will miss as you just deftly dodge out of the way of it, and the next one. What is your AC at with this, the armor and the shield?
Let's see. A moment. Looks like 27, 29. Is that right? Do I add?
Probably
do I add
19.
I'm normally a 14, and then I'm wearing a chain shirt and I'm carrying a shield. Do I add the 13 for the shield, or does that just make it a 13?
Shield is 2 additional.
Yeah.
And then
So I add-
what kind of armor
So
did you get?
a chain shirt is 13
Okay.
plus whatever your dex modifier is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so my dex modifier.
But it's capped at 2. So if you have a dex modifier that is higher than 2, your AC is 15, and then with the shield it would be 17. So 17 is the highest you could have if your dex is 2. If your dex modifier is 2 or more.
Okay. Yeah, and it is. It's a 4.
All right, so you're going to be at 17.
Yep.
All right. So I actually rolled a 17 on the die.
Ah, okay.
So and with the modifier, it's going to be a 3 to hit or a 20 to hit. So he will at first guard will or second guard. I think it's the second guard. Second guard will hit, and he's going to do 5 slashing damage to you.
So using uncanny dodge, Mr. Smith kind of ducks out of the way and only takes half damage.
Yep. So you're going to take 2.
And do they know that I'm not a guard?
Oh, this is true. You are in guard's uniform.
I was kind of surprised they attacked me.
Yep, I need to make that note that you are in guards. You are a guard in disguise as a guard.
Did those ones see him come out of the cell?
Even if they did, they probably would still think that he was a guard.
He does look exactly like the guy too around.
Yep. So that is my mistake.
It's okay.
Go ahead and take those 2 back. So yes.
Just back up and continue.
Yeah. So those guards that are they're pretty much just fighting around you.
Okay. What I was gonna do, I'm approaching these 2 guards attacking. They're attacking Fizz, correctly?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm like, yo, hey, what are you doing? He's not even armed. What? And as I approach, I'm going to impale the closest one from his backside.
Yeah.
All right. Give me an attack roll with advantage.
All right. Does that mean I roll 2 20s and take the highest one?
Yep. 2d20 and take the highest.
Okay, I got a 14, and let's see. So that, I apologize. Do I, what are my additions here? Do I add my dex or
Dexterity modifier, your full dexterity modifier, and your proficiency if you're
okay.
Using a makeshift weapon. Oh no, you're using
A long sword.
What did he have? What weapon? A long sword.
Long sword. Yeah, which I'm proficient in. So I'm going to get an
Yeah,
8
you're
on top of
proficient.
the 8 on top of the 14, plus its attack from behind.
Yep.
Well, you already gave me that with the advantage. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, you'll hit.
22.
Yeah, that's enough to hit.
Okay, as I slide the longsword into his back around the kidney area, and put my foot up against him and slip the blade back out. I'm Do I get another attack because he's not aware of me?
Was
You
that
would
22
get
for damage?
That was 20. I'm sorry, that was a 22 to the attack. Let me get the
Okay.
damage on that.
Yeah, roll me
What's
damage.
the?
And you'll also get that
Is that a
sneak
one?
attack for you.
Okay, that's a D4 longsword. Was that a D6?
That's a D8 if you're using it one-handed, and a D10 if you're using it two-handed.
Yeah, one-handed and no bonuses. Let's see. So
you should be D8 plus your sneak attack, which is 4d6.
I don't know at 10th level.
you've got a 3, and I don't know what bonus goes to that.
You
I'm
get
sorry.
5d6 at 10th level
And your strength modifier
Yes,
for
your
the
strength
for
longsword.
dex. Oh yeah,
Okay, I
it's
got a 0 for a strength. Yeah, 0 for a strength modifier, and I'm supposed to roll 5d6 for damage.
plus your D8 freezing it one-handed.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
For the sneak attack, yeah, that's what the 5d6 is.
Yeah. It's full of dice.
So that's a 20 total damage. Oh, no. 23, sorry. 23 total damage.
Okay, so what's that look like as
Nice.
you take him down?
As I retrieve the longsword from his kidney area, the blood just jets out. Was that a kill?
It was.
Yeah, and the guard just drops to the ground. And I didn't. And you said I also get a sneak attack on the second guy, or no?
You'll for sneak attack you'll only get
I did holler. I did holler at him. So.
Yeah, but you'll get it as long as one of your allies is within 5 feet of you, or within 5 feet of the
Okay.
attacker or your target.
Once per turn.
And yeah, you only get
But
it
not
once per turn.
Okay, so do I roll for that second attack?
Yeah. If you get a
Is that
second,
with advantage or just standard roll?
that would be just standard.
Okay.
Does the rogue get a second attack?
Only as a bonus action, but I don't think the way that he's geared right now, he would have an offhand weapon. So he has a cunning
No, I
action.
just have the shield and the longsword.
Yeah, so I don't think
rogues don't get an extra attack at 5th like the other martial classes because they have their bonus and cunning actions.
right. So
And
you
they
so
can
yeah,
do so much with a sneak attack, like so frequently.
Yeah,
right.
especially as an assassin.
Yeah, just says sneak attack is an additional D6 damage.
Yeah, that's just
You have
one
a
of the-
bonus
already
action.
We already did that, so okay. So I think I'm done.
Number of D6s goes up per level, and by 10th, yeah, it's like 6 or something.
yeah, 5d6 at
Yeah,
10th level.
Yeah, I rolled the 5. That's where the 23 damage came. Okay, I think I'm done.
You have a bonus action, but you could use a rogue cunning action to like hide or disengage or different things like that as well.
Yeah, if you wanted to dash, hide, or disengage, which is basically just moving around. If you want to move around or anything, you'll be able to.
I actually want to, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use that and step in front of Fizz and kind of mutter over my shoulder as I do. And I said, I'm with you. Just stay back. I'm trying to cover him from getting a second hit by this other guard. And I'm done.
All right. So you do so. Kursek, you're looking at the guard that you can tell is terrified of you. How would you like to, what would you like to do?
Boy, oh man, part of me wants to be theatric more than practical, and so I'm going to do that. As Kursk is staring this guy down, he uses his Mask of Many Faces invocation to cast Disguise Self on himself, and his face kind of shimmers over with him for a moment, and he assumes the visage of the recently slain guard. that he just killed, so that the guy is now staring down the guard that he, or, the friend that he just watched die, and Kursk will slowly approach him. Not the most practical move, but awesome.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, because that is kind of cool. Give me a luck roll, which is the D8.
Oof, 1.
Okay, so as you do that, you can tell that he gets the like he you can tell that he realizes that like this is his friend, the guard that he has served with for probably years, that he just saw die by your hand, and then suddenly you look just like him. He takes a couple steps back, and his eyes fall on the friend, and he makes the realization that no, this is not him. And you can kind of see this written all over his face as he's doing it. Or as this realization hits him. And he immediately brings that weapon back up, and it almost looks like that was all he needed to break that fear. Is there anything else that you would like to try and do on your turn?
Well, that disguise self kind of burned my action, and I don't think I have any bonus action stuff. So, yeah, that's about it. Oh, actually, no. I'll quickly think inside. So basically, he'll hear a quiet whisper in his head with my awakened mind talent thing, and he'll just hear, "Good. It's more fun when you're not afraid."
Right on. All right. Arnis, what would you like to do? There's still this guard that is in front of you. You have screamed at Fizz, and he has gone away from you. And so now you're able to turn your full attention back to this guard.
It's Mr. Smith, yes. As long as he's clear out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and make my attack roll on this guard if he's kind of perplexed.
I'm sorry, this is that's for Aranus. He's next in the initiative.
Okay, yeah, I'm standing in. Mr. Smith is standing in front of Fizz. I thought you said.
Oh yeah, because the last thing that happened with Aranus was him screaming at Fizz, and then Fizz walked away, and that's when everything happened with him.
Got it.
Full of rage, I would like to continue on slashing at this guard that's in front of me.
Okay.
He uses it reversely, so he's going to kind of come upward, diagonally across the midsection of this guard. With a 14.
That will miss.
All right. I'll use my extra attack and come and try to bisect the opposite direction. And that is a 16.
That is just enough to hit.
All right. D6. So 8 damage with that one.
And that is enough to drop him.
I'll spit in his face as he falls down. And then turning with a bonus action, I will throw my dagger at the guard that's back is towards me.
Okay. Give me an attack roll with advantage.
Ooh, I like that. I don't like the first roll. Oh, yeah. 22.
That will hit.
And my D4 fell, so let me grab that real quick. Oh, come here, you. 3 plus. Don't lose my modifier, so 7 damage to him in the back.
All right, yeah. So you very precisely land this dagger right in his back, and it just you can tell that it hit that one spot, and that probably was just a little bit broken from the combat that he's been in so far, and it just sinks in between the chainmail shirt or the chain shirt.
And with my movement, I'll run towards that direction, screaming, yelling, bellowing along the halls.
All right. As you do that, you're actually going to provoke an opportunity attack from 2 of the guards that are nearest to you.
Excellent.
What's
Well,
your
I think I can choose to use it when it hits. I don't know. I'll go with the first one. And I'll use my reaction to increase my AC by my proficiency bonus.
All right, yeah, the first one misses. And the second one is a natural 1.
Ouch.
So yeah, so the first one goes to swing at you, and you very skillfully just dodge out of the way. And as you do, you see out of the corner of your eye this other guard that's coming in, and you just move and push him as you do, and his sword goes right into the first guard that tried to attack you.
That's towards Kursk, right?
No, that's Uranus.
Right, but I'm running towards Kursk, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
It's anticlimactic. Rolls a 1 for damage, or 1 on the die for damage.
No.
Oh, damn.
Shoot, I just lost audio for a second. I missed something.
I'm just getting attacked for running through some guards.
Yeah.
Okie doke. I think I caught that.
So it's 1 damage to me?
Not to you. It was
Oh, okay.
because you rolled a natural 1 for an attack against you, so it ended up hurting the other guard. He just rolled I just rolled a 1 for damage on the die.
Okay.
All right. Now it's gonna fall to Fizz. You were attacked, and then suddenly this guard has come to your aid and is standing in front of you, seemingly defending you. And has told you that don't worry, I'm on your side. How would you react to that?
What the hell is wrong with you? Well, do you got anything to help me get this collar off?
Mr. Smith, keeping an eye on the guard in front of him, speaks over his shoulder again. He goes, absolutely. I can't hand it to you just yet. Let me deal with this guy. I've got a thieves kit. Be patient.
Can I try to pickpocket the thieves kit off of him?
Yeah, go for it. Give me a sleight of hand check.
Nat 20.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
You definitely get it. You're able to get it very easily, probably to the point where he doesn't even notice that you got it. He's still thinking about, I got to give it to him once I'm done with this guy. And you get it. If you'd like to go ahead and try and use that as well.
Nice. Yes,
for that
exactly.
20.
I would love to try to use that as well. Okay, and I have proficiency in Thieves' Tools, and I get to actually double my proficiency on that, which is another nat 20.
Oh God.
Oh
yeah. So
I'm sorry, guys. I swear, this is crazy. I've never.
All right.
That's They're very minor rolls. I don't need 20s. Dang it. Ah,
So yeah, no, you just slide these tools in and real simple. Within like a second, it's just click, click, boop, and it's off.
I'm just rubbing my neck. Thank God, finally.
Nice.
Another fucking nat 20. Alrighty. So this guard that's standing in front of Mr. Smith. What the hell are you doing? We're charged with getting these prisoners back in their cells or killing them where they stand. If you stand in our way, we'll take you down too.
Oh, brother, you're on the wrong side of that conversation. As I attempt to slip my longsword into his throat. Do I get the attack roll, or does?
Yeah, give me an attack roll.
Man, he really is kind of oblivious. All right, here we go. Oh, ouch! A 3. That's not gonna do much.
Yeah, no. I doubt even with your modifiers you're going to reach the AC. You're looking for a 16
Yeah,
to hit.
yeah, honest. Yeah, I'm not. Even when you're doing a standard attack without advantage, do I just add the dexterity bonus?
If you're using the longsword, you're going to use your proficiency, since you're proficient with longswords, and your strength modifier.
Okay, so it'd just be a 4. I have no strength modifier. So yeah, it's a weak 7.
Yeah. So yeah, you try and lunge at him and stab him into in with the sword, and he just parries it and swats the sword away.
Hold still.
But let me stab you. So as you're doing that, a guard comes up from behind and attacks Fizz. And that'll hit. So that's going to be 9 damage to Fizz. 9 slashing. What's that?
another deep gash.
Kursk, another guard comes at you. He's actually wielding a spear, and he tries to skewer you through with this spear. And with the mage armor, you're at 16, right?
Sorry, my thing cut out. Yeah, 16.
Okay, so yeah, he was still hit. I just wanted to double check and make sure that I had that written right. So that's a D8 for spear two-handed. All right, so that's gonna be 5 piercing damage with the spear. As he comes through and just gashes you in your side. Aranis, a guard comes at you and swings at you with his longsword. And he will miss. And the last guard is going to come at you from the side, Mr. Smith, and is going to try and bring his sword down on you. And he will also miss. So you now have, Mr. Smith, you now have this guard directly in front of you and this guard on the side of you. What would you like to do?
I'm going to remain my focus on the one in front of me and try and take care of him. There's a 19.
That'll hit.
Yeah, plus my bonuses. So
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Let's see, a D8. There's 8. 31.
So what does that look like when you kill the guard in front of you?
As he misses the dodge this time, I take the long sword and insert it directly into his esophagus, and as it bounces off the backbone or his neck spine bone there, it kind of comes out and just kind of cleaves his neck about in half, and his head just kind of lolls to the side, and he drops to the ground, making a huge spurting mess as his heart stops pumping.
All right.
And holding my shield up, waiting for this other guard to make his move.
All right. Kursk, this guard has just come and speared you in the side. What would you like to do on your turn?
Okay. So I've been thinking about this. Kursk is going to try kind of a ploy. Would it be like an action or a bonus action if I wanted to like lightly toss my weapon to the ground, like in front of this guy, like at his feet? Like not an attack, like just like literally just kind of like almost dropping it.
I believe just dropping a weapon or dropping an item is like a free action. You can just do it.
Okay, cool. Okay, so that's I want to do that, and I want to try to do it in a way that makes it seem like this weapon is going to do something. Like I want him to think that I'm like I'm trying to act like I'm dropping a grenade almost, you know?
Okay. Give me a deception check if since you're trying to
Awesome.
kind of convince him of this.
Oh, hell yes. I rolled a 16, and I have proficiency in that, and I'm really high charisma. So that would be a plus 7, 24.
Okay, yeah, no, so yeah.
23.
All right, so go ahead and continue with what you were saying. You will convince him, by the way.
So as soon as I've dropped that, I hold both weapons up, and from runes carved into my my palms, I emit 2 eldritch blasts directly at this guy.
Okay. And those are, you have to roll to hit, right?
Yeah.
All right, so roll with advantage on both of those.
Awesome. So
He is more focused on the weapon on the ground.
that makes one of them a nat 20. I don't know if that does anything with spells or cantrips.
It's an attack roll, as far as I'm concerned.
Awesome. That makes 1 an 18, which is a 24. 20. I'm bad at math sometimes. 25. 25, and then the other one would be a 27 because it's a nat 20. So that would be what, 3 or so 2d8, but one of them is a okay. Then all right. So that's 14 on the first one because I got my mod and doubled, and 4. So 18 overall.
All right, so what's that look like What's that look like whenever you kill this guard?
Okay, so I toss my packed weapon at his feet, and he kind of spins around to look at it, you know, and almost jumps back a step, trying to like avoid whatever he thinks is about to come from it. And right as he's doing that, these 2 balls of like tentacled black shadow, both just rocket into the side of his head and into his side, blasting him to the side, and the one that hits his head seems to crack his neck as from the force.
Awesome. Is there anything else that you would like to? Is there any movement or anything you'd like to do on your turn?
Not movement. I need to check real quick if I can. Is it another action to change my or to dissolve disguise self? I'm trying to figure it out real quick.
To remove it, I believe it's free.
Okay, then I will just I'll end that disguise self. Now that the guy's dead.
Okay.
And pick up my weapon if I can.
I'm gonna say can't pick.
Okay. Yeah, that's. Oh shit, lost it. There we go. Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right, Arnis. You've skillfully dodged two of the guards as you have made your way over, or begin to make your way over to Kursk, and you've pushed one of them so that their blade has pierced the other. What would you like to do?
I would like to begin by using my bonus action to summon my dagger back into my hand.
Okay.
And with a glow in my eyes, I continue to sing my song of blood. And I do a spinning slash with the scimitar towards the first guard that attacked me.
Okay.
Modified 20
That'll hit.
for 9 damage. And then I have an extra attack, so
Okay.
I'll swing back the other direction, methodically, trying to cut at him towards a soft spot.
Okay.
And that's a 21
That'll also hit.
for 5 damage.
That is enough to kill him.
All right. So aiming for the soft spot, probably in his neck. I'll just take his head off as I'm moving through him, just like almost like cutting through, a hot knife through butter. As I'm readying to face the next guy, not even paying attention to his death, just continuing on as his blood splatters additionally onto my body.
Okay. And within just a few seconds, you're up with Kursk.
And I'll just
Nick,
give him a nod. Go ahead.
Fizz, it is now your turn. You've seen this guard be attacked that's protecting you. You've seen him be attacked, dodge out of the way, parry the blows, and then kill this other guard. This is the second guard now that you've seen him kill. What would you like to do?
So I'm pretty sure that this guy is on my side. I already know that one guard gave me instructions, so it's not so surprising to me that a guard would be on my side. And really, I don't care about this guy. It's awesome. He just gave me some tools to help me break this collar free, and they seem like really nice tools, so I'm going to keep them. And I guess, let's see, I can cast magic now. I want to try and figure out where my companion creature is and give like a whistle for him or something. I don't have any like spells or connections magically with him. But I imagine I would be able to call for him.
All right. Give me a luck roll.
Okay, so
So a D8.
5.
All right. So you give a call or a whistle or however you would normally let your construct know, that you were calling it. But there's no response. And because you don't have any kind of connection with it, you're not sure if maybe or it just can't hear you, or if it's being detained in some way. You just know that you've called and there's no response. Then again, it could also be on its way. All you can really do is wait.
Okay. So will you allow me to cast a spell also?
Yes.
Awesome. I will go ahead and cast invisibility
Awesome.
on myself. So let me see here. Just to make sure we're doing everything right. Sorry. So concentration up for an hour. Creature I touch becomes invisible. I'm gonna go ahead and just use it on my spell, on myself. And anything I'm carrying is invisible also. So, yep.
Nice.
Just concentration.
Awesome. Would you like to stay where you are, or would you like to try and move?
I will go ahead and try to just like kind of back into an empty cell's doorway, out of harm's way, the closest one. Maybe it's my own still.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So you do so. All right. So there's the one guard that is still alive and that has just witnessed Mr. Smith, who looks like a guard, kill this other guard. He also witnessed the first guard's death, which is why he attacked in the first place. But now he's for sure that his fellow guard, aka Mr. Smith, is for some reason helping the prisoners, or is maybe under the control of a prisoner. And so he is going to continue his attack on him.
All right.
And he will miss. There is one more guard that is still engaged in combat with one of y'all, and it is the one that is nearest to Kursk and Arnis. Aranis. I hate that name. I can't pronounce it.
Ramus is how I pronounce it.
Aranis.
Pronounce it however, whatever works for you, man.
Arnie? No, I'm just messing with you.
I'm just going to try and make some kind of note to help me remember. All right. Aranis. And he's going to take his sword and he's going to swing it at Kursk. And try and take him down before he can cause any more damage. And he will miss. So now the initiative falls back to Mr. Smith. This guard has just taken a swing at you and has missed. What would you like to do?
Oh, Mr. Smith gives him kind of a smart as your life, and he takes a swing and he rolls a 13. So that's a 17 to hit.
That'll hit. That will hit.
$27 points of damage.
All right. So
He Yeah, as Mr. Smith Winston says, I hope you have your life insurance paid up. He makes an upward diagonal thrust, up slashing motion up through his chainmail and spilling his intestines out onto the floor of the prison hallway.
Yep.
And just kind of kicks him out of the way as he falls. And looks around for Fizz and doesn't see him.
All right. Yeah, gone. Kursk, what would you like to do as this guard has just taken another swing at you and has missed?
Well, they never learn. Is he standing? Well, let's see. Yeah, I'll. So Kursk will take almost a quick cursory glance at him, size him up and down, realize he's not worth picking up his weapon for, and aim both of his hands again and fire 2 more blasts of that the Eldritch Blast. Oof. So let's see. That's a 13 and a 14.
Both of those will miss.
Yeah. So these little balls of tentacled shadow fly past him, and Kursk tries to reevaluate the angle and kind of shakes his head at himself for getting it so wrong.
Arandis, you've just seen your master try to take these 2 blasts at this guard and miss. How would you like to react? What would you like to do?
Aranis's eyes like glow with like almost like anger towards him, but not because Aranis is angry with him, but this pact that he's made with this great old one, and that the bond that they're having right now through this rage, the wrath, is actually kind of consuming Aranis's body, and he's just a host right now. So that's what anger is kind of glowing at him. But then Aranis himself, his head just kind of tilts at him, like when a dog looks at you, like WTF, and then, like, looks at him.
All right. It is your turn. Would you like to make any kind of an action?
Absolutely.
All right.
I will almost like mockingly like swoop down low and jump up onto the next closest one that was missed by the Eldritch Blast.
So you're just gonna try and like jump up on him?
Yeah, like swoop down low and then come down on with him with like all my both my weapons like downward onto him.
Okay, gotcha. All right, give me an attack roll, please.
All right. $14.
That will miss. You're looking for 16.
Okay, I'll go up. All right. I'll use my extra attack.
Mhm.
And that's 18, so that'll hit.
Yep.
And that's 6 damage.
All right. So yeah, you come down on him. What were you gonna say?
I am a 2-weapon fighter, so I'd like to use my bonus action to offhand with my dagger. So it's like I came down with both of them at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, that's a natural 1. So.
God. All right. So something I do is for whenever a PC rolls a natural 1, if you will roll me a D10, please. I actually have a chart that I use.
D10. All right. Let me.
At least for attack rolls, I have a chart that I use. I haven't come up with one for other actions and stuff.
Here's a 10. I rolled a 5.
All right.
You die miserably.
All right. So as you come down with your with both weapons. The first one hits and slices him, goes into him, and he falls back. And as you try and bring the other one down, it actually lodges deep into the stone floor. And you try and yank it out, just as it happens, and it seems like it's firmly stuck there.
So I'm disarmed
Yes.
of that weapon. Okay. And I'll with the remainder of my movement, I'll like look back at my master and shrug. Even in my rage, I'm like, eh.
All right. You also do see that you have landed a pretty fatal blow on this guard, but he seems to still be alive. There's still life in his eyes. But you know that if left untreated, if just left there, he will die.
All right.
Fizz, it is now your turn. You are invisible standing in this doorway. What would you like to do?
So, how many guards are left total in this
As
corridor?
you look around, you actually notice that a lot of the fighting has died down. There's a couple of inmates that are leaned over, and then when I say a couple, there's literally only like 2 or 3 inmates besides y'all that are left in this corridor. The rest seem to have scattered, and there seems to only be one guard that is still, none of them seem alive. You probably saw Aranus come down on that other guard, so you would probably assume that he is dead. And from what you can tell, all the other guards are as well, besides the one that has been protecting you.
Okay, so did the arcane impulse bomb like open all of the doors, or are there any that I can see that are still closed? Like, can I tell who we're here for? Like, who's in charge or whatever?
No, all the doors are open. As far as you can tell, everything has been opened, and and from your knowledge of mechanics and different items and constructs, things of that nature, you've probably heard about bombs like this. You may have even built some. And you would know that probably everything in this prison that was magical is going to be down. Any item that was magical or enchanted is going to be down for some period of time, depending on how strong the bomb was.
Okay, well, man, it's tough. I guess I'm just going to try to hang out and wait for the situation to diffuse itself as long as I feel safe right here. I can't really make any attacks without losing my invisibility, so I'm gonna...
Yeah, and as far as you can tell, all the guards are dead, except for the one in front of you, which is Mr. Smith.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll undo my invisibility and say, right, so you're on our side. Yeah?
You can call me Mr. Smith. What be your name?
Great. Yeah, Mr. Smith. My name's Fizz. So, we need to find my spider and my tools. Yep, let's do that.
Well met, Fizz. Which direction do you think they'd be? And where are the others we're supposed to meet up with? I haven't gotten any word.
Right, the others. Listen here, Mr. Smith. I say you and I get out of this place now. Screw the others. What do we need to help them for? We can get out now. You seem like a tough chap. Look at you. I kind of like squeeze his arms.
Well, there's one problem. I don't have a map of this prison, and I'm not really sure what kind of a path that they had planned for us
You
all
don't have
to
a
get out
map.
of here.
You're a guard.
You got a point. All right, well, let's get out of this area here, because these doors we don't know how long they're going to stay open. And I don't know where your equipment is, or mine for that matter.
Your equipment. You're wearing it.
No, the things that they took from me when we entered, like your spider and your
What?
belongings.
Are you saying you're a prisoner?
Oh, yes, and I kind of give a changeling its flicker as I just momentarily just let it shift a little bit so you can see my face change from a human guard just briefly, so that he can see that I'm really not a human.
I can see
I'm a
how
changeling.
that would be useful. Nice. Well,
No,
thank you all the same. And I decide to give him back his tools.
oh, thank you. We may need these in the future. You wanna carry this shield to give you a little extra protection if you get jumped, or you're pretty small?
I'll be okay. I'll manage and try to scavenge something off of the other guards, or perhaps
Alright.
I've always got a trick up my sleeve, of course.
As we're looking around and moving, we're looking for maybe a possible dagger or a decent makeshift shiv for Fizz for him to pick up and possibly use to help defend himself. Anything like that?
Yeah, if both of you are going to be searching, if you'll both give me investigation checks.
Sure.
And we're not too far away from them, right? Like, we're right down the hall. We can kind of see that they're some of the owners.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you would y'all are only probably 30 feet away from them while all of this is going on.
Cool.
22.
All right. Got a 23.
Okay. All right. So yes, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, sorry. I was just joking. I said we found all the things.
Yeah.
Not everything.
Yeah. No, definitely. No, yeah, y'all would find a couple of daggers that some of the guards were holding.
Love that.
Like in total, y'all would have found 3 daggers.
Nice.
And specifically, Fizz, you would find on one of the guards a almost like a coin purse that has bone dice in it. You probably assume that this is something that him and the other guards would do as they were either on break or didn't have anything else to do while on their shift. They would play dice.
Nice.
Something else that you would also find, Fizz, is a small golden ring that was probably a wedding band on one of the guards.
Nice.
So, as an artificer, I also have this ability. Sorry, what's it called? Magic item analysis. And so I think sorry, let me look at it really quick. I think it basically just means, okay, I understand magic items, and I have spells detect magic and identify, like, automatically. So
Okay, so you
I'm
just
gonna
look at it and
use
tell?
that as yeah. Like, I'm examining this and using my detect magic.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell by doing that unfortunately neither one of neither the bag, the dice, nor the ring are magical in nature.
Well, nothing is right now, right?
Yeah, nothing right now is. All magic items seem to have been
Oh, right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, of course.
have been shut down. Or any
So it
enchantments on
could be.
items. Yep. When magic basically returns to all the items that are in this area, you might be able to tell then. But that will also mean that any kind of magical locks, any magical traps, things like that that are in the prison will also reactivate.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
what were you gonna say?
Nope. Sorry, nothing.
So as y'all are kind of searching the bodies, going back over to Kursk and Aranis, I'm gonna say we're acting out of initiative order now, because the guard that is on the ground is bleeding out profusely and does not have much longer to live. He is still alive, however, and as probably Kursk, being the only one that is between the two of you of calm mind, would notice that. I'm sorry.
I can drop it. Actually,
Okay.
especially if I'm not in combat anymore.
Okay. If you were to choose to, you would also realize that that all the fighting has stopped around you, and that most of the prisoners, except for 2 or 3 stragglers, have stayed behind, or have exited and have seemingly gone on to other parts of the prison, probably trying to make their escape as well, or just to cause mass chaos. But you would also notice that these 2 individuals, one that looks like a guard, and then another smaller person, is seemingly searching the bodies, kind of making their way over towards your direction. What would y'all like to be doing?
I'd like to summon my dagger from out of the ground and crisscross it at the neck of the dying guard. And I would look at my master and I would say, "Is this one worthy of you, master?"
Hoping that the guard hadn't seen him yet, Kursk would kind of take a step or 2 back and again disguise himself with that a guard's face. Hopefully one that he looked like he had died somewhere else, so that maybe this guy hadn't seen actually go down. And he would hold a hand up to Aranis and try to kind of beckon him back for a moment. And you get down close to this dying guard, and he'd wave his hand and use the friends cantrip if the guard isn't hostile to him, thinking that he's already a guard. And he would say, "Quickly, friend, I need you to tell me the fastest way out of here. I can't seem to remember."
Give me a persuasion check.
Ooh, I'm good at that. Well, not great at it, but 19.
Okay, yeah. So you ask him that, and it takes him a second, and he kind of just raises a finger in his hand and points down the hall to where it turns. "Back that way. Get to the stairs. Alert the others. The prisoners are free."
Good, friend. Here, let me heal you. And he holds his hand out, places it on the guard's forehead, and then casts another Eldritch Blast right into his forehead, executing him. And then he stands up shifts back into his own face, and he turns and says, "Friends of the one true dark god, come with me now." And he just starts moving down. He dismisses his packed weapon. He just leaves the axe behind. And then once it's a minute goes by, it'll just disappear. And he starts walking out towards the stairs.
That was pretty great. Take a point of inspiration because I love that execution.
Well, thank you.
All right. So, Fizz and Mr. Smith, you've seen, you kind of saw all this happen as, this man kind of shifted his face into what looked like this, not man, but half orc, shifted his face into a human man's face, and then leans down and talks to one of the guards, and you can't hear quite what he's saying. And then he just holds a hand out and completely obliterates the man's head. And then stand up and make this announcement and make his way in your direction. How would y'all respond to this?
Mr. Smith is going to go ahead and reveal his true shape, but remaining in the guard's clothing, so that I don't know his name, so that Kurst can realize that he's not a human, he's not a guard. In reality, he's just hiding in guard's clothing. And he calls out to him and said, "We need to get moving, do we not? Let's go." Fizz?
I don't know about following any dark gods, but yeah, I'm gonna follow you if it means I can get the hell out of here.
Aye. All right, let's go. And start moving that
Kurst will kind of
direction.
turn his head over his shoulder after that and say, "We all serve in our own way."
Aye. True.
This guy's
All right.
bonkers.
So now that you've all met up, you began to make your way down the hall over the dead bodies and kind of weaving a path through all the carnage and blood. And you round the corner. As you round the corner, it's a similar scene. There are these doorways in the walls on either side that have been opened, leading into cells, and there are a few more dead guard bodies, as well as some of prisoners that are laying on the floor, blood that spatters the walls and the ceilings. And there is actually this creature standing in the midst of it, and he looks to be eating one of the dead bodies. And you can hear the snarling and the crunching of bones as he does so. And you realize that based off what he's wearing, the garbs, that he is also a prisoner. And he's hunched over, taking chunks and bites with his back to you. And I imagine that one of you probably take a step and hit one of the pieces of metal that are on one of the guards. And it makes this clink, 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 clink sound as it hits the ground. Pops its head up. And then another head pops up right next to it. And it stands, and you realize that this thing is very large. You couldn't quite tell the size because of how it was bent over. And it turns to you. If all of you would give me a knowledge check. Is it knowledge? History check. Sorry, history check.
18.
2.
6.
13.
All right. So I believe Fizz had the lowest with the 6. Everybody, I believe, besides Fizz, would know that this thing is an Etten. And Kursk had 2. So Kursk and Fizz have no idea what this thing is. This is just a monstrosity that for some reason has been locked up down here, if not simply for the way it looks. But Mr. Smith and Aranis would know this as an Etten. And it is staring y'all down and lets out this roar from both heads, and reaches down and picks up an entire body of one of the dead soldiers laying there and comes rushing at you. Please roll initiative.
$23.
Initiative is your the dex bonus, correct?
Yes.
5.
What?
$19.
Nice. Okay. All right. So, as this thing is charging at you, Aranis, you're the first person able to act. What would you like to do?
I have a question about my Eladrin racial ability.
Okay.
Am I actually casting to use a racial ability?
You're actually casting? Not for a racial ability, no.
So I could rage and then do that.
I would say so, yes.
I would like to look at my master, seeking approval to counteract that.
Kursk would give a slight nod.
And Uranus would throw his head back and bellow in madness and raging. And Misty Step above the Etten to fall on top of it with my weapons drawn, falling on top of it.
Okay. Give me an attack roll.
All right. 16.
That will hit.
All right. For 7 damage. I'm gonna have an extra attack. So as I fall down and I sink the scimitar into it first, I'm gonna say my second attack, since the scimitar sunk into it, keeping me on its back. I'm gonna have to attack with my dagger. So I'm gonna use that bonus action now, and then so that when it's sunken in, hopefully, I can extra attack with my scimitar again. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So I'm gonna do my bonus action dagger attack right now for 16.
That will
So that
hit.
hits again, and that's max damage for 8. And then I will, with that sunken into its back, I can pull my scimitar out and attack with that again.
Okay.
Oh, for a natural one. You want a D10?
Ow.
Yes, please.
I tried to be cool. My ego's killing me. That's a 6 this time. Cool, something different, hopefully.
All right. So when you pull your scimitar out to try and stab it back in, some blood from the Etten splashes into your eyes. You are now blinded until the end of your next turn.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. And you're still on top of this thing, right? Like you're like stuck in with the
Yeah.
dagger.
Yes, sir.
Because you're blinded, give me a strength or an athletics check to see if you can stay up there.
Okay. Can I try acrobatics just because it's higher? I'll take either one. I don't care. I'm just asking.
All right, let me ask you this: Are you, if you're gonna try and, are you gonna try and just hold on, or are you maybe gonna try and lock yourself in with your legs or something?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna elbow into his back to try to brace myself, and then wrap the legs around for. It's probably the safest place while I'm blind is to just ride him like a backpack.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and use athletics then, or I mean acrobatics.
Oh, good thing. That's 11.
Unfortunately, you try and find those footholds and try and hold on, but this thing from being stabbed is thrashing and it throws you off. Give me a
right.
luck roll.
Luck. What is that? A D8? You said?
Yep, a D8.
All right. Oh, 8.
An 8. Oh wow. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so yeah, you it throws you off, but almost with like this sense of because you're in that rage, you don't even feel it. Like you hit the ground, you roll, and you almost come up in like that readied stance, even though you're blinded.
I think he's more adrenaline, so he's actually enjoying it like a masochist. So he's actually, I don't know.
Right on.
He's got bloodlust from it.
Okay. Mr. Smith, how would you like to act? You realize what is happening a little bit before everybody else, besides Uranus, and you're the next one that's able to do something. What would you like to do?
How close is this Etten after he threw this body, or did he throw it already?
Well, he picked up a body and was rushing at you with it in his hand, like he was going to hit you with it. He is about 20 feet away from you right now.
Okay. And his height?
The Etten is a large creature. It is this one is probably a little bit smaller than the ones you've seen or read about. However, you do know about the Ettens. You know that this one's probably a little bit smaller than what's normal.
Okay. I'm going to kind of run around his. Let's see if he's in the center of the hall. I'm going to run around his left side, and take my longsword and make a good slash at. I assume he's in some sort of inmate clothing. I'm going to slash at his hamstring.
Yep. Okay.
And wow, a 3. So there's a really bad roll. So,
yeah, you try to, but
we slipped in some blood and yep. Totally missed my mark.
Yep. All right.
You have a cunning action.
Yeah.
You could put some distance.
Yeah, I could do a disengage. get out of his reach. Thank you for reminding me of that.
My pleasure.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. All right, so you get out of you get. So how far is your movement? How far can you move?
I got a 30, so I was easily able to get to him and make
Hmm.
the attempted attack, and then I'm gonna dash back. I'm gonna be on his back side now since I was moving that direction, so I'm gonna be behind him.
Okay, awesome. And as you do that, so there now are, the way it looks is we have Kursk and Fizz on one side, and we have Mr. Smith and Aranis on the other.
Sweet.
And then Etten, see, how would he react? Okay. Is for some reason fixated on Kursk and Fizz and continues making his way towards them and is on them within a second or two. And he holds up this dead body of the guard and swings it down at Kursk. And Kursk, do you still have your mage armor on?
Yeah, it lasts like 8 hours.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
Man,
Also, is that
17 initiative? Wow.
yeah? He got an 18.
Damn him.
And is that concentration, or is that just like a straight? It just stays
No.
on for 8 hours.
Yeah, that one just stays on for 8 hours once you cast it. It's basically
Okay.
like at the beginning, you cast mage armor, then you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's worth the invocation.
Right. Okay. So he swings down at you with this dead body and hits, and he will deal 7 bludgeoning damage to you
Roar!
as he slams into you. If you would give me a athletics check, please.
18.
Okay, yeah. So he hits you, and you slide back a little bit, able to maintain yourself as instead of falling prone to the ground. So he hits you, and he tries to come back with a back swing. This time at Fizz, but Fizz is just too small, and is easily able to duck out of the way as this dead body just right over his head. Kursk, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Kursk looks at this thing, quietly whispers in his mind one word, and he should be able to understand if he can understand any languages. And the word is just mistake. And let's see. He's standing right next to him. So he's going to try to move back about 10 or 15 feet. And he's going to again call for a packed weapon, but this time he's going to summon himself a large, like a spear or a pike, actually. I think was the one. So like a reach weapon. And so that'll basically be his action as he backs up and tries to put a long pointed piece of metal and wood between himself and this thing.
All right, and you do so. And it just bellows at you. Roar! Fizz, what would you like to do?
So, first, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action, which is +2 to my AC. Then, what's the light source like in these halls?
It's there are these like indents in the walls that go around almost like a strip that emits a bright light. Trying to think of something to compare it to.
Okay,
There
so
are
LED.
no
yeah,
like lanterns or torches
No.
or anything like that, candles.
no.
Okay. Then I guess I'm going to try and trip up this because it kind of came on to us, right? And it
Yeah.
swung a body at me and missed. So I want to kind of like move around and like throw a stick in between its legs, or maybe like hold like a spear butt in between its legs or something like that, to try and trip it.
Okay.
Great.
Give me let's see, because you don't currently have a spear, do you?
No.
anything
Is
like that.
is there anything like around from the dead bodies, the dead guards or something?
There is. Would be able to find a spear. And I'll say that you can get it. That's probably not too far away from you. Probably on your way as you're going around to get into position. And if you're just trying to trip it up,
Or maybe I'll just like try to go underneath its legs and like grab onto its legs and trip it up as I'm like going underneath,
okay. Give me an attack roll. Just because I'm not
An
sure
attack
what other
roll.
kind of. Yeah, just because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Use your. I really don't know what that would be.
Dex or strength.
Yeah, that's what I was
Tavern
thinking.
brawl.
It's like a grapple, basically. Oh
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a grapple. So yeah. I believe yours is for whenever you're initiating the grapple. It's a athletics check.
You'd use Tavern Brawler for proficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah,
To
that's
add
true.
proficiency in that.
And it makes
Okay.
it a D4 instead of just.
Um, 9. Didn't roll very well.
Yeah, unfortunately. No. You go up to and you attempt it, and you're just not able to actually get it. Instead, you actually kind of just like stumble and try and grab on, try and maybe swing at it a couple times, and you just end up catching yourself as you're going right under it and past it.
Okay.
Uranus, you are currently blind, at least until the end of this turn. Is there anything that you would like to do besides trying to get this blood out of your eyes? If you would even like to get the blood out of your eyes. I don't know, you may like it.
I think he's like shaking his head, throwing it back and forward and screaming, and then striking with his scimitar at the ground. Even though he knows nothing is in front of him, but just to keep his adrenaline pumping.
All right. So yeah, you do so, and eventually you're able to get this blood out of your eyes, and you're able to see again, and you're able to focus in as you realize that the Etten is over by your master, and you probably come into focus just in time to see Fizz kind of fumbling through the legs of the Etten. Mr. Smith, what would you like to do?
Well, I've got a very broad back opportunity to attack this Etten, so I'm going to take full advantage of that. Let's see, he's very tall. I'm going to approach him from behind and insert my blade into his spinal column and see if I can sever it and cripple him because he's awfully
Right,
big.
and do that with advantage, please.
Okay. Out of the box. Rolled 2 11s. Let's see. So I get adding my proficiency and my dexterity bonus to those.
If you're using the longsword, it's strength.
It's a
If you're
weapon.
using one of the daggers that you found, it's dex.
Yeah, I already said I was using my sword, so I'm gonna stick with that. I get no bonus to that. So it's just a straight attack, or do I get a bonus from getting it from behind?
Proficiency.
You gain your proficiency because you're proficient with the longsword, and then the advantage is for doing it from behind.
Okay, so I guess that's where I'm confused. I apologize. I get a dexterity bonus. Well, that's for saving throw. I'm sorry.
If it was a finesse weapon.
Yeah, if it was finesse, you would get that. But
Yeah, it's
So if you use a dagger in the future.
yeah, I have proficiency with long swords, rapier, short swords, simple weapons, and hand crossbows. So I use my
you'll add your
dex
proficiency bonus. No, your proficiency bonus because you're proficient with it.
Just the proficient
And then
bonus?
right, you would be using your strength, but you have a +0, so you're technically not using
Right.
it, but you are.
So that's a 15 then.
all right, that'll
for the
hit.
attack from behind.
Yeah,
Oh,
that'll
that's
hit.
cool. Cool.
So yeah,
All
roll
right.
the damage for it as well as your sneak attack.
Sneak attack. Oh,
Which is 5d6.
no D8.
Yeah, the d8 for the longsword, and then on top of that, you're also going to roll 5d6.
22 total.
Nice. Has the Etten technically acted yet?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
On initiative 18, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he hit me with a damn dead body.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, to his spine.
Yeah, so you plunge this thing in, and you probably feel it nick the spine just a little bit, but because this thing was moving, you didn't get that solid blow right in and sever the spine.
Okay.
But you can tell that you wounded it a good little bit.
Got his attention.
Yeah, he definitely knows you're there.
All right.
And with that, he's actually going to try and swing around, and he's going to try and like swing his basically bring his whole arm around and try and hit you as
Cunning
as you stab
action.
him.
Disengaging.
Okay,
Yeah.
right on. And how far back are you moving?
Stepping back 15 feet again.
Okay. Yeah. Still going to be a similar action. He'll still turn to face you.
Sure.
Because he was kind of starting to turn anyway because of feeling that nice little gash in his back. And is going to charge his way over and is going to swing this body at you that he's been holding. And that is a nat 20.
You
Ooh.
run past anybody to get to him?
He actually would. Fizz, if you would like to take an attack of opportunity, you may.
Nice.
Definitely. I will go ahead and try to shank him with my dagger.
All right.
Yes, nat 20.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, roll that damage for me.
Well, it's not very much damage anyway. Okay, so 6.
You get a dex bonus for that.
I thought it was just strength, but if it is dex, then it's a total of 8.
If you get a finesse,
Yeah.
Oh
bonus,
yeah, dagger is a finesse weapon. Thanks. So
Mhm.
dex, yeah. So 8
Um,
damage.
give me a luck roll.
Is that with your crit damage?
Yeah, that was with crit. 4.
4. Yeah. So he runs by, and you just are able to real quick, like shank him, prison style. Yeah. And he.
Gotcha, bitch.
But he doesn't actually seem phased by it. It doesn't seem to have done a super amount of damage, but there is some nice little gashes in his leg.
Most damage I've done tonight.
But he does bring this body down on Mr. Smith
Kerclunk.
for 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
Very disappointing on a crit.
10 points with the crit
Yeah.
from an Eden.
Lucky me.
With an
Yep.
improvised weapon of a dead body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky me. So does
Could
he?
maybe used
Does
it for
he?
a club.
Does he knock me prone or anything?
I do need you to make a athletics check.
Okay.
You have a reaction too.
Yeah, for half damage. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. My reaction roll is a 17, and I'm applying. What am I applying to that?
Strength for athletics. If you're also proficient with athletics, it would be with your proficiency.
No, just acrobatics. Okay.
Okay, so yeah,
17.
yeah, 17 is still enough. Yeah, so he brings it down on you, and you're able to keep yourself upright. You do not fall prone.
Alrighty. 10 damage. Got it.
Kursk, I'm sorry. Kursk, it is your turn. You have your pike out. What would you like to do?
Yeah, so basically Kursk would just like to run forward with this pike. You know, keep it that good, like 8 feet of distance, and just run this thing into him a couple times. See if you can just poke him to death. Oof. Okay, so one attack is a 24, and
Nice.
one is a 9.
All right, the 24 hits, the 9 does not.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so Lance. Oh yeah, I put in the chat. I meant Lance, not Pike. But
Oh, okay. Okay.
5 damage with this thing.
All right. Okay. Next is Fizz. So you kind of have you have the Etten standing there with Kursk poking it with with a lance, and Mr. Smith just got hit by this body as the Etten is swinging it around in all directions, just wildly. How would you like to react?
I would like to cast Alter Self on myself, obviously. And there are 3 variations that you can do, and I'll do the natural weapons one. So I'll go ahead and grow some what kind of look like claws, or really what they look like is like praying mantis claws, you know? And so that'll be 1d6 slashing. and that counts as a magical weapon, so I get +1 bonus on attack and damage rolls. And since that is an action, I don't think I get to attack also this turn, right?
Yeah, no. It takes an action to cast the spell.
Cool. So I will cast that, and then
You could offhand with a bonus action.
yeah, I'd like to do that. And so is that at disadvantage or just regular?
You should
and
just
no
don't hit your modifier.
ability modifiers. Sweet. So I'll offhand with a dagger. 10 to hit.
That will not hit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so this thing's just kind of moving real sporadically as it's swinging this body, trying to hit Mr. Smith and trying to kind of turn to hit whoever is poking it in the back. So, Aranis, you are now not blind. You see this scene unfold in front of you. What would you like to do?
The same old dance. I'm gonna have to go at this thing until it's dead. So I'm gonna charge at it and try and go for its legs. So I'm gonna like run and slide on my knees and try to slash at its legs.
Okay.
Oh, nice. 27.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right, so 9 damage with my first attack,
Nice.
and then I will have at it with an extra attack from the scimitar for 18.
That will also hit.
All right, for 5. And then as a 2-weapon fighter, I'm gonna offhand with my dagger. Aw, I miss. 2 on the die, so 10 altogether.
Yep, nope, that'll miss.
Okie dokie.
All right, Mr. Smith, what would you like to do? You see all your friends and compatriots trying to fight this thing on all sides. What
Yes.
what would you like to do?
Which way is the Etten facing?
He is facing towards you.
Oh, awesome. That's what I need. I'm going to make another straight attack. I'm gonna rush up with my long sword. 7. Man, I'm just not having any luck with this.
You could be
Swinging up toward his abdomen and rolled a 7.
What is it plus your modifiers?
I got a proficiency bonus
11.
of 4, so that's 11. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be right. Unfortunately, you're just 1 shy. You're all looking for 12.
Yeah. Yikes.
You could add 4 to your attack roll if you use your dagger instead.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Just have because that's what.
I will use my dagger next time. And I'm going to use
Less
my
damage, potential.
yeah, but it's better chance to hit, right?
Yes, sir.
Uncanny dodge, as after I swing and miss, I'm stepping out of the way.
You mean cunning action?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, cunning action, slipping off to his right side and out of the way.
Okay. All right. It's now Etten's turn. And Aranis, being the last one to actually hit him, he turns his attention to you and tries to bring this dead body that is all mangled and completely falling apart from the force that this thing has done to it.
Not
And it
blind.
misses.
Okay. I was gonna use my
Yeah,
reaction.
Yeah, it misses. Um,
Oops.
the body as it does down and across, and this time it's aiming. I believe that will also miss. No, that actually hits exactly 16. So Kursk, this body slams into you. Ooh, and does 11 damage.
Mm.
And then I need a athletics check from you,
Kursk
please.
slides back with a grunt.
What did you get?
Sorry, what? You cut out there for me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need an athletics check from you, please.
Youch! Oh boy. 14.
All right, that is enough. So you're able to steady yourself as this thing has slammed into you once again. And with that, it is your turn, Kursk.
All right, Kursk is gonna try to really focus himself into this one and try to shove this lance into this thing's face a couple times. Let's see. One of them, oh god, it's an 8 and a 22.
All right, the 8 misses, the 22 hits.
And it's 9 damage.
All right. So with that, Fizz, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, so now I will be able to actually slash at this thing. So I'll go ahead and attack with my altered self. And that 23. And so that will deal
Yep, y'all are looking for a 12 to hit.
eight damage. With my little scyther claw.
I've changed back to myself. I'm in his guard's clothes. A chain shirt, shield. We're fighting an Etten right now. It's in the middle of the hallway in the prison. We took care of all the guards and finally know who each other are, and we're trying to make our way out down the hall in the night.
Hey, Kenny, could you mute yourself real quick? Thank you. Alrighty, so is there any movement or anything else you would like to do?
Disengage is like part of. Can I disengage also instead of move?
I mean, I believe disengage is an actual action.
Oh, it's an actual whole action. Okay, so no, I don't want to provoke an attack of opportunity by moving out of here, so I'm just gonna stick around and keep trying to slash at him, I guess.
Okay, no problem. And with that, Uranus, it is now your turn.
All right. Having like slid past him and slashing at his Achilles, I'm gonna now get on my feet to, especially since he attacked at me, and try to thrust upwards at it with like a 1-2 punch. 1, 2, 3. I'll start with my scimitar for 19. So he said it was lower than that. So
Yep, that'll hit.
max damage of 10.
All right. No need to go any further. How do you kill the Etten?
Stabbing upwards through underneath the jaw of one of the skulls, and then coming up with my dagger, I sink into the other one, and then I just slide them both out as it falls. However, it topples over, probably on top of me, but care less. Bringing it down.
Actually, yes, it is directly on top of you. Oh, and then he cuts out. I guess in that case, it crushes him. There he is.
Well, I missed the description.
I actually need you to give me a athletics or acrobatics check.
Acrobatics, and I can see it.
Yes.
So since it's using Dex, I can have advantage. It's a barbarian trait. Wow, that's a 15, and that's a 12. So I'll take the 15 plus acrobatics plus 8, so 23.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're able to very skillfully like push off the Etten as you can tell that it's tumbling towards you and would be on top of you, and instead of crushing you, you're able to jump out of the way by pushing off of it. So this thing. Yep. So this thing hits the ground with a thud, crushing a couple of dead bodies that are underneath it. And there's just this death rattle that comes from it. It's grown as all the life fades from it. We are no longer in an initiative order, so y'all may act freely to do anything that you would like to do.
I'd reduce my rage.
Mr. Smith is asking his fellow compatriots here, what's our plan? Which direction do we need to be moving?
Kursk
I
will
would
turn to him
Okay.
and say, "The guard said that we needed to be heading to the stairs."
I think the question would be, do we want to go up or down?
Our way out is up, right?
Yes, but
I say we
Around us
barricade the
knows.
door that leads downstairs and head upstairs. Keep all of that dangerous stuff down there. I don't want it even near me.
well, here's the problem. I guess he would like message you, or I guess he'd talk and say, "There's a shorter path below." There's only 3 stories down to a possible, maybe a secret exit. But then there's 9 levels up to get to the surface.
I'm not going further down without my tools and my scuttle.
Could I do an insight to maybe know of a location that they might be held? I know there's an armory on the first floor.
Yeah. Go ahead and go ahead. You can do. I guess insight may work. You can give me
It could be
either.
something else.
Yeah, either survival or history, whichever one you would prefer.
They're the same, and I only got a 6.
Yeah, you're not quite sure. You can't remember if the guard ever mentioned anything about where items would be held, or seeing anything like that on a map.
I think
Or
I
on the
asked,
map.
but I forgot. I forgot since I raged.
Okay, yeah, that works.
And
Like,
Mr.
oh.
Smith is going. Mr. Smith wants to ask Kursk from his information from the original guard that helped him. Was that the same one that pointed to the stairwell? The one that helped with the unlocking or shutting off the magic temporarily? Do we have enough information to find our way out of here, or are we guessing at this point?
I'm pretty sure that the guard that I interrogated was just a random guard that had been around that was about to die, not our informant. So Kursk just kind of grunts and shakes his head. Not sure. As far as I know, we
Okay.
just need to head to the stairs. It's the quickest
Okay.
way out
And,
before
Could
the locks all re-engage.
yeah, exactly.
I
Let's
think I
get
would
to the
remember that
stairs.
information.
Yeah, we don't know if the stairwells go all the way up every level or if they're staggered and we have to go to each floor to get to the next stairwell further. We have no idea till we get
I
to the
would rather
stairwell.
fight guards than prisoners that can kill guards.
Yeah, you got a point, Fizz. What's a consensus, gentlemen?
Could I see if I remembered any of that information?
Yeah, no problem. You can just let me know specifically what you're trying to remember, and then give me a roll, because some of it you may not have to roll for.
I would think that we rehearsed like a plan A and a plan B, or at least a plan A, of maybe like, oh, you need to make 2 lefts or go up twice, go down once or whatever. So I'm trying to remember almost like a phone number out of character.
Right.
Trying to remember this like this melody that for the way out. So I'm trying to remember at least the first step.
Yeah, no,
of where
you
we're supposed to go.
yeah, no, you definitely remember the way, at least off of this floor and the next floor. You go up that way down now, and it's just off to the right in this corridor, and you're going to go up to the next level, and then you're basically following the outer corridor to head to the next stairwell. That they're all located on the outer perimeter of the building. So the further in you go, the easier it is to get lost. So you want to stay on the outside.
I would share this information with my master so that way he could relay it to the others, but I would do it through a message so that way he could look like he had the answer.
Right.
And after receiving this, he would just quietly think back, like send back the telepathic thought. Take the spotlight, friend. Share the information.
And so then he would send tell everyone again. Very well, my master. We must go this direction now.
And Kursk would watch to see who quickly followed him and like who hesitated.
So I would assume that Aranis would follow without hesitation. Would Mr. Smith and Fizz also follow without hesitation, or what would y'all do?
Yeah, Mr. Smith doesn't have a problem following. The individual really believes he knows which direction he's going, but at this point, he's got nothing to lose. Rather than trying to make it on his own, going a different direction by himself.
Mr. Smith, we don't need them. Fuck it. Might as well go with you guys.
Fizz, come on. We're much better off in a group of 4 than a group of 2.
At least we're not going
Yes.
down.
Yes, I like that plan better.
All right, so y'all begin making your way over to following Kursk and Aranis to where these stairs are. And right here, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Go to the bathroom,
Right.
get something to eat, do whatever you're going to do. Be back again. I mean, probably not too long, 5, probably not quite 10 minutes, but, take a little bit of time. And then we'll do some character introductions, and y'all can plug anything that y'all want to plug.
Woody woo.
And so we will be back in just a minute.
Alrighty.
All right.
Thank you.
First one back. And here I thought I would probably be the last one back.
I never laughed.
Oh, wow. Of course not. Yeah, I thought I was special.
You are.
I
I have returned. How many is still to go?
It's fully possessed now.
He's channeling his Dark Lord.
Every time you say Mr. Smith, I think it's my turn to go.
That's pretty
I
funny.
Especially since I spent 12 years of my life going by my last name.
Yeah.
Yep. I can see where that would get confusing. I mean, so I guess we'll go ahead and do like some introductions, which kind of works since I think Philip's not back yet. So and he's last one on my screen. So we're gonna go from my my left to right. So Austin, if you want to introduce yourself, introduce your character, give us a little bit of backstory why you're in this prison. And just let everybody know about your character.
You're still muted.
Either that or he's been completely possessed and doesn't have full control over his body.
Possible.
I don't know, maybe he left again. So Chad, why don't you introduce yourself and your character?
Very well. I'm playing Aranis, and he is a Eladrin. He has 6 levels in Barbarian. No, Austin left the call. And 6 levels total Barbarian, and 4 levels into Eldritch Knight Fighter. So that's why you got to have weapons come to him, and some spell stuff, and raging and all that kind of stuff. He has been brought himself as part of his master plan to break out his master. He is he has been sent into this prison to go get him out, and so the bomb that went off, that's all part of this master plan to get his lord out of here, so they can continue doing their dark deeds for their dark lord and master. And the Eldritch Knight and stuff like that, he actually was found by his master as a barbarian and was converted into this that we have, and carved scars, eldritch scars into him. So that's why I have an arcane focus.
Cool. Austin, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and introduce your character and give us a little bit of backstory.
Sure. Kursk was a mercenary and pirate for a long while. Before he was shipwrecked on a small island and found an emissary of his dark god, the Deep One Cthulhu, and ended up pledging himself to this Dark Master in return for some amount of power or access to his power. And since then has been collecting people that are persuadable to his cause. When possible, training them in getting them to pledge themselves to his Dark Lord. He was fairly recently caught to flesh and comedy. Unfortunately, stopped for only a few dozen sacrifices, and he had only feasted upon the hearts of, I don't know, 14. And to complete his ritual sacrifice and draw his Dark Lord into this world.
All right. Mr. Smith, if you'd like to introduce yourself, give us a little bit of detail about your characters and backstory while you're in this prison.
Mr. Smith is his employers know him by. His real name is actually Clive Dante. He is an assassin, rogue, and changeling race. He ended up in this damnable prison as he was caught attempting to assassinate His Majesty King Karseth III while he was impersonating the king's hand, Marcus Drake. Clive got a little careless. He incapacitated the hand and left him bound in a privy in another part of the castle, and he thought this was going to be kind of a swift in and out kind of deal. But little did he know the dosage that he had given was inadequate, or it could have been old. He's not really quite sure what happened, but as he was about to slip the blade into the king, the hand showed up with a couple dozen guards, and he was captured, and then he was also found guilty of deaths, whether they actually belonged to him or not. And they thought, well, killing you is too quick and easy. We're going to just give you multiple life sentences and to let you serve them in the worst place we can think of. So that's how he ended up where he is.
All right. And Philip, if you'd like to introduce Fizz.
Hey guys, I'm playing Fizz. His name is Cyril Gildington, and he is a gnome artificer. And basically, he used to work in some battlefield advancement technology department for some kingdom or empire. And it was a stressful job, demanding long hours. And while he was working long hours at home one night, he had an accident which blew up his home, although he was able to survive, and his new pregnant wife was not. So he basically blames this kingdom for killing his wife, although it was definitely him. And so since then, he turned to a life of terrorism and trying to blow up as many armories and disrupt as much research and development in new battlefield technologies as he can. And eventually he got caught trying to sell some new plans to the enemy.
All right. So in case anybody was wondering, those are the characters you've been watching play thus far. So we're going to kind of pick up where we left off. So y'all are, you've just dropped the Eton, and y'all have discussed what y'all are going to do. Fizz is very against going down, does not want to go down further because he knows that the further you go down, the more dangerous the inmates become. And so y'all have decided to go up, and y'all are heading for the stairs. You begin walking down the corridor, and you notice that from where there have been bodies of both inmates and guards spewed about from the chaos that ensued the bomb that went off, this arcane bomb, releasing everybody, they've started to dwindle down. So there's not as many bodies laying around to the point, and sooner or later you get to the point where there aren't any. So y'all are just walking down this stone hallway. As you're going, let's see, because I've got to find everybody's passive. Okay, so walking, Mr. Smith, you're actually the only one that notices this, and it's probably because you're so used to trying to pick up oddities in your surroundings that you notice that the tile on the floor has slightly changed. There's this different kind of consistency to it. And it's not so much a consistency, it's just that it looks newer. Like some of the floor has been replaced recently. And as you begin to get closer to this section of floor, I need, first off, how are y'all walking? I know that Kursk and Aranis are in front and you two are following. Are you walking 2 by 2, or how do you picture yourselves walking?
I think that I know the direction, so I'm probably in front, leading the way to go.
Yeah, and I'll be like
staggered
slightly behind him.
Yeah, that sounds good. Zigzag.
Yeah, I'll probably bring up the rear, making sure that they encounter whatever it is that's from in front of us.
Okay.
Keeping a weary eye on the back.
Okay. So Mr. Smith, from where you are, kind of being third in line and being zigzagged like you are, you're still able to see up in front a good ways, and you can tell from about 15 feet away that where the floor changes, where it's not. It still looks like smooth stone, but something about it looks different, like it's newer.
I'm going to call out to Kursk up front. Hey, there's something going on with this floor. It's either new or there's something odd about it. It could be some form of a trap. It could have a sensor plate on it. How far is that stairwell? Do we see a door? Or do we actually see the stairwell yet?
You do not. It seems like this hallway just continues to go on. You would know from rumors that this facility is massive. So it may take some time to get to the stairwell, but then again, because you're not quite sure where it's at, it could just be ahead.
Right. Are there cells open all along this corridor on both sides, or
the
doors remained open still?
They are still remained open. And yes, there are on both sides.
Okay. So I bring that to the attention of Kursk that there's something different about this floor up ahead, and you may want to maybe take a closer exam or poke it with a weapon or an item and see what's going on with it.
Kursk turns back to Fizz and says, "You know, devices. Take a look." Ahead with his lance.
Yes, sure. I'll check it out. Do you want me to roll investigation or?
Yes, please.
18.
All right. So yeah. So you're looking at the floor, and at the walls and at the ceiling. And as you're doing this, you notice a couple of different things. You notice that it's not like the entire floor has been recently changed. It's like sections of it have that are like this spot here and that spot over there. So they look a little bit newer. It's just like the shading of the stone. And then when you look up, though, you notice that in sections above that kind of line up with these spots on the floor, there are there's blood on the ceiling, almost directly above these spots.
Wow.
I would say avoid the new stones. It looks like there's some blood on the ceiling above them. So perhaps a spike trap?
Mr. Smith says, good call. I think, I agree. I think maybe we should step around these.
Can I run and jump over it? Trying to avoid all of them.
Yeah, you could. You could
I'd like
definitely
to do
try at least. It's not
Yeah,
with
I'd like to
it.
try to do that.
Okay, yeah, just athletics check, please.
Can I use acrobatics?
Or acrobat? Yeah, acrobatics works too.
Oh, cool. 25.
No, you land on it. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, you clear it. You make it well over it. Who else would like to? How else would anybody like to try and get over or around these sections of floor?
Mr. Smith is looking at the floor. Does it look like a pattern that you can just step from one stone and step over the next, or are they pretty large?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able just to step over them. You would have to either jump or somehow get over them in some way or fashion.
Mr. Smith is going to toss the shield that he's carrying, toss it on the nearest stone to him and see what happens, see if it activates something, to see what we're dealing with. So if it's a pressure plate or...
Yeah. So you do so. Give me a luck roll real quick. I just want to see something.
Got a 6.
Okay. Yeah, no. So you throw shield onto the pressure plate and it hits, and almost instantly these spikes from the ceiling come straight down and actually pierce right through the shield and then slowly raise back up, still pierced in the shield, raising the shield with them till they sink back into the ceiling and the shield drops to the ground again. But when it hits, it just kind of goes to the side. It doesn't actually land on that section of stone again.
Okay.
It does fall on y'all's side of where you are.
Good call, Fizz. All right, guys. It looks like if we just avoid the new stones, and it's not going to be easy to tell the difference, but just be careful. And I guess we have to jump over every one of them. Are they staggered enough that we can leap from one to another?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, you'll be able to jump over. It looks like they might have these certain sections that is almost like a walk-through path. It's not a straight line. It's like you would have to zigzag almost through them. But you're not fully sure if that's like your eyes playing tricks on you and it's all one section of stone, or if it is an actual path.
Okay. Who's next in line to make it down this hall? Should we just go in kind of a snake-like pattern, or how do you guys want to do this?
Yeah, Kursk will make an attempt to just kind of jump over these things, avoid them.
Okay. Athletics or acrobatics?
Well, that's a 1.
Ow.
Oh my god. Okay. So you Okay. So you go to try and jump over this one section of spikes, but you misjudge where the stone actually, like this new section of stone actually begins, and your foot just taps it as you go to try and jump over it. And these spikes instantly shoot from the ceiling at incredible speed. And where is it? And they instantly come down on you as you're trying to go over it. So it's going to be 15 points of piercing damage. Spikes actually just skewer one of your legs.
He makes a very loud "Herg."
You do land on the other side. You do land on the other side, but like I said, the spikes have pierced one of your legs. Until you get some kind of healing, your speed is cut in half.
Damn. Okay. Mr. Smith is going to go next. He's got a clear jump. There's a 14, and we do acrobatics with a +6. So that's a 20.
Yep, you
Dear
clear
God,
it.
I'm such an idiot. I have levitate as an invocation.
Oh.
Completely forgot what I picked.
Done that. Oh.
All right. So yes, Mr. Smith, you clear this section of stone.
Sweet. Come on, Fizz.
Yep.
Is there any way to disarm the trap over there?
Give me one more investigation check.
17.
All right, yeah. So you're looking at it, and you know that you notice that there's this very thin line that's in between the stones where the actual like plates are. And you know that if you were to shove something in there, that it wouldn't trigger.
I'll go ahead and shove a dagger in there.
Okay. Yeah, you do so. Would you like to walk across?
Sure.
I will. There's no.
Strut right across too, like not even like letting them know that I knew exactly that this was going to disarm it.
That's great. So you put this dagger in, you do that. So y'all have now gotten over this. But you see that there are like 2 more sections like this, one after the other.
Damn.
And it's pretty easy to tell then y'all are kind of it's probably the exact same thing.
Oh, hand him my dagger.
We picked up 3 daggers. There's 3 sections.
Well, you left one, right? Right now.
2 daggers left
Plus.
and 2 sections.
Oh, okay. Well, I can just call mine back, so don't waste one.
Are there similarly new tiles on the ceiling as well in here?
Yes. The sections directly above these plates, where the spears, these spears seem to have come from, these spikes.
Okay, then I'm gonna head to the wall and levitate up and just move myself along the side, like I'm climbing on the wall.
Okay, yeah, and nothing would happen. You would get across just fine.
I'm gonna try to run and jump across again.
All right.
I got a pretty good movement and stuff. Acrobatics check.
Yes, please.
All right. Oh, nice. 26.
Yep, you clear it. Not a problem.
I'll patiently wait for to be able to call my dagger back, which is rare for him.
Mr. Smith is going to move forward. Oops. Got a 5 plus a 6 makes an 11.
So you go to jump across this thing, and you clear it, but then it's kind of the same thing that happened before with Kursk. You just kind of misjudged exactly where this section of tile ended. So you landed just with the heel, the one section of stone, and it comes down. And does piercing damage as these spikes just kind of clip your back.
Yikes.
Ouch.
How much damage?
13.
You could uncanny dodge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does
if
that
you wanted
work
to
when you're
uncanny
not?
dodge it.
I don't know if you can do an uncanny dodge if it's a trap.
Normally you wouldn't, but I would allow it. I would say that it would apply.
Since you know it's a possibility. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that for half damage.
All right, so you're gonna take 6 points of piercing damage.
Sweet. Oh, damn it. Pressing my luck.
All right, Fizz.
So, did I get a dagger from
Uranus.
yeah, Uranus?
Yeah, I handed you mine.
Sweet, cool. So, I'll go ahead and try to disarm the trap again. This one is a 19.
Oh yeah, not an issue. You find that one little crack, and you're just like, boom.
Maybe let me go first next time.
Now you're thinking.
I'm sure you're quite skilled in disarming traps yourself, assassin.
All right, and y'all, as far as you're, what were you saying?
Go ahead. No, he's right. Forgetting what we can do.
So y'all have cleared the second one. The second section of the floor. As far as you can tell, there's only one more section that looks newer. What would you like to do?
I'll bring my dagger back to me and hand it to him again.
Okay.
Do the deed, Fizz.
Yes, let me see here. 11.
Bonuses?
Yeah.
Oh wow. So yeah. So this one, you just can't seem to find it the same. Like the other ones kind of stood out to you real well. This one, every time you think you maybe have found one and you push the dagger in, it's like a crack that's formed naturally or from something else, and it's not quite it. And you just can't seem to tell. Give me a luck roll.
Mr. Smith would like to take a chance if his luck roll doesn't work.
This one cannot be
your luck.
disarmed.
What happened?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and give me a luck roll, Fizz. Just roll me a d8 and let me know what you get.
5.
Yeah, you're still looking around, and you just are you're pretty certain that it's somewhere. You just can't find it. There's too many possibilities, and you're maybe not comfortable making the call that this for sure is it.
Perhaps it could be disarmed from the other side, but not from this side.
Mr. Smith looks at you, Fizz, and says, "May I?"
If you must. Kind of looking offended, like, oh.
All right.
Investigation check, please.
Oh, okay. Investigation. Oh.
Yep.
18. Plus, let's see, that's 24.
Yep. You're able to find it pretty much immediately. You go over to where he's kind of bent over looking at it, and it stands right out to you like, there it is.
No.
And you can find that
Yeah,
one little crack.
I think we got it, Fizz. I slip it in there and secure it. And just motion everybody to step across.
Of course, I was saving that one for you.
And I thank you.
Alrighty. And as everybody crosses over it, nothing happens. And disengaged.
Nice job, guys. Woo!
Woo woo. I'll call my dagger back to me.
Forward.
Yep, and it comes right back.
Kursk will lower himself back to the floor on the other side of this.
All right. So as y'all have cleared this section of the hallway, there's blood dripping down leg from all the puncture wounds, and he's visibly time walking, just because it has literally been turned into Swiss cheese by these spears. And then Mr. Smith has all these scratches down his back and his legs. Got hit with these spears.
Come here, you religious fanatic. Let me show you what good old-fashioned magic can do. I want to cast Cure Wounds on Kursk.
All right.
Who has the punctured leg, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1d8 plus 4. That is 8 hit points healed.
All right. So he gains those
Thank
8
you
hit
very
points
much,
back.
sir. Much appreciated.
And your speed is going to go back up to full.
And remember,
Sweet.
that's not from the gods, just good old-fashioned magic.
Okay.
Right, I'm sure.
So you continue down this hallway, and it's probably another 100 feet before there is a turn where it turns right. Which Aranis, you would know, is not unnatural. That is perfectly normal. Not all of these hallways are straight. They do twist and turn and go in multiple different directions. So this is not odd. As you turn down, if everybody could give me a perception check, please.
All right.
Also, something that you should know is that the doorways, after you turn, all these cells that were open, these are solid walls. There are no cells open on this section of hall.
11.
All right. 14.
$18.
Nice.
7.
Mr. Smith, what was yours? All right. Aranis and Mr. Smith, both of you would notice this, that this section of the this section of the hallway, almost as soon as you turn, seems to be have this weird like moss or and it's very faint at first. It almost kind of it's only a slight discoloration from the stone, but it is a little bit odd. Some kind of fungus, it looks like, and it is a good little section of this hall. It looks to be between 50 and 60 feet long, as how much this this moss-like substance is covering.
Okay. Do we notice anything strange about the floors or ceilings? Just on the walls, left and right.
It's on the floor. It's
I'm sorry.
yeah. There's a little bit on the walls. It doesn't seem to be on the ceilings though. And y'all are about 10 feet away from where it begins.
What color is it?
It's just a little bit darker gray than what the stone is around it.
Gray moss.
Moss.
And how far does it seem to stretch?
From what you can tell, it's roughly 50 to 60 feet in length. It seems to cover this whole that whole little section of the corridor on the floor and just a little bit up the walls.
I'm gonna trudge through it.
You're gonna trudge through it.
I'm gonna see what you guys can stay here. You can stay. I will see what it is.
All right. Once you get, you head towards it. Like I said, y'all are about 10 feet away. Once you get to about 5 feet, you can tell that there is a very noticeable drop in temperature. The closer that you get to this moss, and to give you some kind of example of how big of a difference, saying maybe the normal temperature in here is 75 degrees. Just throwing out a number. Once you're about 5 feet away from this moss, it's like 40 degrees. There is a very significant drop in temperature around this moss.
I'm just gonna try and run through it. Dash, full on, run right through it.
Okay. So you do. So you take off. You go straight through it. And as soon as your foot touches it, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Will do.
Blasted barbarians.
Constitution +6. 12.
All right. So you instantly feel like all of the heat from your leg, as soon as you touch it, has been sucked out of your body. As you take 23 points of cold damage, as this moss seems to just suck it straight out. And how far is your movement speed?
How far did he get?
40.
40 feet. All right, so you get pretty close to the end. Before you just know, it's almost like that numbness in your legs has begun. If everybody else besides Aranis would give me another perception check.
10.
26.
13.
And who got the 10?
Fizz.
All right. So Kursk and Mr. Smith would both notice that the moss, every step he seems to have taken, the moss seems to have shifted a little bit. And where he kind of had to stop just because the numbness in his legs, the moss seems to be like very slowly moving, kind of like it's gathering towards where he is. And it's a very subtle movement, but you both can tell. Definitely Mr. Smith can tell that it's moving.
You've got to get out of there. Can you move? Can you move?
I'm just stopped because my movement was over, right? I'm still like mid stride, or did it? It made me stop because of the numbness in my legs. You said, right?
Yep, it was the numbness in your legs.
I'm trying to use my arms to lift my legs to try to move still, one by one.
All right. It takes you a second, but
Kirsch,
you
can you
are
levitate
able.
him?
Chris just grunts
And he drops.
Grunts and gets kicked from the call.
Dead.
Yeah, that wasn't a healing spell you used on him.
It was Eldritch Blast to the forehead. What were you saying as I moved my leg? Oh, here he is.
Okay. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's all good. I think you were in the middle of saying something, though.
I think it was done. He was just shaking his head and saying he couldn't levitate. The other guy.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We just heard that you grunted.
Yeah. Aranis, you're using your arms, pick up your legs, trying to force yourself to move, and it takes you a second, but you are able to get out of this mold. And it's almost like that instantaneous where when you first stepped in it, you felt all the heat like drain from your body, and it just got worse the further you got into it. As soon as you're out of it, you kind of, feel like gaining some of that body heat back. And if you were to move a little bit further away, you'd start to feel better and better and better.
From my time as a totem barbarian and one with nature, would I be able to try to ascertain if maybe we could burn it away?
Yeah, if you want to give me either a nature check or a survival check.
Definitely nature. +5. 12.
So you know that there are types of like mold that are out there in the world that have been known to affect a person in similar ways. So you're not fully sure exactly what kind of mold this is, but you know that it definitely is some kind of mold. It's not a moss, even though it kind of has that look to it. But you're not sure the best way to get rid of it.
I'll give someone else an attempt to do something. I have an ability that might work, but I'll give somebody else a chance to do something.
Anybody that would like to can give me a nature or survival check.
Only 9.
Yeah, you know nothing. It's moss.
I know gears and mechanisms, not plants and fungus.
I got an 18 for survival.
Okay. Kursk, would you like to also give one of the checks, or?
Yeah, sure. As well. Oh shit! Well, not 20.
Okay,
Nice.
so yeah, So Mr. Smith and Kursk both know, but Kursk is like for sure, especially once he saw kind of the effect that was it was having, knew for sure what it was. This is something that's called. Let's see, let me find it real quick. Sorry, guys. No, all right. So for the sake of it, I'm going to call it arcane mold. So this is arcane mold, and also known as cold mold.
Cold mold.
It and it is attracted to heat. So you know, body heat is a pretty good attractant to it, or for it. This mold is almost sentient as far as it wants to be near heat. It will actually go and move towards it. Fire will only make it grow. The only way to get rid of cold mold is actually to make it colder, and that will kill it almost instantly. Otherwise, anything that has heat that comes in contact with it will be subject to its effects.
Okay.
Just to reiterate, fire, bad idea.
Right.
So use
Does anybody
fire?
have a cold spell?
Why would you use a code spell? It's mold or some fungus. Burn it.
Yeah, because it's attracted to heat.
Oh.
This will grow from heat. We need to ice it.
Does anyone have anything? Probably not the rogue.
I have nothing to help you.
I have force and lightning. Oh no, force and I think maybe
Now, I
both
have an
force
idea.
damage. Famous last
Mr.
words.
Smith is going to. Mr. Smith, if the person with the levitate spell can carry this path.
You already said you can't levitate again, right?
I'm sorry.
I think.
Damn.
Don't want to
I
speak
just
for
can't
you,
levitate. I can't levitate another person.
You carry
okay.
someone. Can you carry
You
each of
should
us one at a
Carry
time?
me across.
I actually don't think I can, but let me double check that. Because to
Okay.
move, I'd have to move like I'm climbing. Because you
And
can't
then you'd be
you can't
encumbered.
propel yourself.
Surely with a
Right.
little effort you can succeed.
Gotcha.
Let me
You
just
should have
see
brought
if
some
I'm able to
bodies
carry-
and stacked them up.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Man
sorry.
bridge.
Well,
Yeah.
let me see. Hold on.
You can levitate at what level?
It's an invocation. It's a warlock invocation, so I can just cast it on myself. And I think first level.
Everything killed you in the forum. Everything killed you in the forum.
Yeah. So
What is it? The levitate spell?
yeah, but it's only on myself, so I can't.
Oh, are you getting that
Cats
from the
on-
warlock?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ascendant step. The target can move only by pushing or pulling against a fixed object or surface within reach, which allows it to move as if it were climbing. If you were the target, you can move up or down as part of your move. Otherwise, you can use your action to move. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be really difficult to pick someone up and levitate with them.
What if we climbed on your back, sir? And your arms would be free.
Does it have a certain amount of weight or anything?
Yeah.
Encumbrance
500
or
pounds. Up to 500 pounds.
Perfect.
including yourself, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole spell can lift up to 500 pounds. I mean, we could try it.
I am very light.
Do you want to try
I
maybe
do not
attacking with
like
something else?
being treated as your mounted transport, but I shall.
Well, we understand. I wouldn't either.
So I'm on the other side now.
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna see if I can attack it with let's go ahead and try and use my magic missile and try to hit like 3 different spaces to see if I can like give them like stepping stone.
Definitely.
So I have
Yeah,
magic
no.
missile.
Because that's like an auto hit.
Uh-huh.
So you kind of you visually determine where these are going to hit, and you shoot them off, and they hit. So what does it look like when you fire a magic missile? How does your character fire them?
My character's runes retcon, they're like a shadowy black. They like emanates shadow from them, kind of like smoke, but black. And the darkness starts to brew inside of him, and then he puts his hands together, and the runes begin to burn or give off smoke or whatever from his chest first, and then flows out through his arms, and then pew, 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 you get 3 shots.
Okay, now let's run.
All right. And from what you can tell, this is probably about 60 feet long. Just because you've actually gone through it. So how close are you putting these? Are you trying to like put them at like equal intervals? Are you trying to just like see what the effects they have?
I'm gonna try to do equal intervals and like spacing to where maybe they could hop like 1, 2, 3, and then to the other side. So I guess like every like 15 or 20 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you aim for these spots, and it's just that it hits, and it kind of blows this mold apart, leaving just the bare stone underneath.
Sweet.
And-
Still got to jump.
Yeah. So yeah, so y'all see this this happen. You see that these footholds have been made. What would you like to do?
Who's next? Mr. Smith's going to go ahead and jump to the first foothold.
Okay, give me an athletics or acrobatics.
The 14 and acrobatics is another 6. So it's 20.
So you make it to the first foothold.
Sweet. I best get out of the way. Do you want me to go ahead and finish?
Yes, please. And it's the mold almost instantly looks like it's starting to gather towards you.
Oh, no. Okay, 13 plus 6, there's a 19.
That makes it. You get to the second.
And a 3 plus 6, that's a 9.
That time you do not. You go to try and jump because you see this mold coming in closer to you, and you land just about halfway, and your foot hits that mold. And oh my god. Okay, so where is it? Oh my god. All right, so you're gonna take 29 points of cold damage.
Oh my god. Am I scrambling out of the area?
Yeah, you're able just to dash that rest of the way, but it's that instant like cold shock to your body, and it just hit that first hit hurts so bad. just from instantly going, body temperature going down to about 40 degrees. It hurt. Your legs are very sore right now as you make it to the other side.
I got some frostbite going on in my skin or something. Oh my gosh. You guys are going to be able to come. Do you have any more magic missiles?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I thought I could ride on the godchild's back.
He wants a ride.
Fizz, just because I love all your little comments, please take a point of inspiration.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So who would like to go next? We have Kursk and Fizz still on the other side.
Yeah, curse. So, how high up does this mold reach on the walls and ceiling?
Just very, very little bit. There's none on the ceiling. It's covering the complete ground floor of it, but and it's only going up a half a foot or so up the walls. It's not going up very far at all.
Okay, great. Then Kursk will go ahead and levitate again, and this time straight up to the ceiling, and kind of flip himself upside down and start like walking on the ceiling.
All right. So you would get across no problem. Are you giving the
Leaving me?
Yeah, are you leaving Fizz?
I will try to if I can I will can I make like a strength check or something to try to like lift him with me with my levitate?
Yeah, no problem. Are you going to be holding him, or is he going to be holding onto you?
Both. I was thinking just like
You need to be holding onto the wall. I'll hold on to you.
farm. Oh, I lost you for a second.
You should be holding onto the wall, so I'll hold on to you, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
All right. So, Fizz, if you will give me a athletics check to hold on to him.
Ooh. Natural one.
Oh, no.
Okay. So you go up, and about halfway across, you just fall. You just fall straight back to mold.
I'm slipping. Yeah. What?
Go. And then it was just kind of like, well.
All right. So from that initial hit, just back to mold, you're going to take 24 points of cold damage.
Ow.
My God. Kursk, would you continue on without him? Or what would be your response to him falling?
I would lower myself down and try to grab him again so that I can raise back up. Like I can lower myself and raise myself at will, so I'll do that and try to grasp him again and get him out of there.
Okay. So Fizz, your body has gone completely numb since almost pretty much your entire body has touched this mold. So with that, you're not going to be a huge help with grabbing onto him. Actually, Fizz, roll me a luck die.
Five again.
Okay. So there's not it's you can now really imagine what the other two must have felt. And they only just ran across. Their legs are the only part that touched this. His feet, your whole body hit it. So you're not feeling good. So Kursk, if you'll give me an athletics check to grab a hold of him and lift him up with you.
$15.
All right, that is enough. So yeah, you lower yourself just enough to like grab a hold of him as he's kind of like holding up his arms, being like, "Yeah, save me!" And when you touch him, you can tell that his entire body is like frigid. And you levitate up. I'm gonna say that you get across with no problems. You get back up to the ceiling. You kind of like push off with your feet as you kind of just slide to the other side, clearing this section of mold. Y'all took a good little bit of damage right there.
Thank you. Thank you, Godchild. Oh, I swear I'll never be blasphemous again. Oh.
All right, so I'll leave it up to y'all if you would like to try and regain some of this body heat that y'all have lost and maybe take a little short rest, or you can continue on to try and get out as fast as possible.
I'm good either way. I haven't lost that much. Yeah, I was first across.
Okay, my bad. Let's see. Who's got the lowest hit points? They should probably decide what they want to do.
Yeah.
I'm down like 35.
You're down to 35 or down by 35?
I'm down by 35 from 100.
Oh, okay. I'm down 25 from 132.
I'm broken and bruised, but I think it's better for us to push on ahead rather than let them reorganize.
And time is of the essence because we only have so long before the power or arcane energies return.
I agree. Time is working against us right now. Let's get moving.
So I'll take off then.
All right. So y'all do take a second, jump up and down, do some jump jacks, rub your arms together to get some of that heat flowing again, that blood going. And then you're just right back on it, trudging along. You keep a good eye out for this mold, though, and it doesn't seem like it's anywhere else. So as you're going, you come to a fork in the corridor. Now, this is a point that that immediately, or like right off the bat, Arnis, you don't remember this being on the map. You can't. Initially, you're trying to recall. So, if you will give me a survival check to recall the map.
Yes, sir. My D20 go. It's hiding from me. There we go. Survival, you said?
Yes, please.
14.
All right, so you're pretty sure that it's to the left. You're thinking that if you go to the right, you're going to go towards the barracks for this level. And if you go to the left, you're going to be going the correct way.
I will relay that to the party via message.
All right, and as long as y'all continue that way, and I'll assume y'all do as long as nobody objects to it in game. Okay. All right, so y'all head on down the path, and something that you notice is that the lights seem to have dimmed a little bit, and it looks like there's actually sections that are broken, like the wall themselves have been cracked, and there's small craters that's disrupting the light from these sections of glowing points in the wall. So lights kind of are dimmed in certain spots. With that, I need everybody to give me a perception check. And does anybody have night vision, dark vision?
I have dark vision and eagle eye from being totem barbarian, which makes it where I do not have disadvantage in dark vision.
Okay.
Yeah, I have
And
dark
then-
vision.
Yeah. Dark
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
I didn't read changelings have dark vision. I didn't see that.
Yeah. So I don't think changelings do. So if Mr. Smith will be the only one to give me a perception check, everybody else will see what is going to
Yeah. I see.
come up.
12 with 10 modifier, 22.
Okay, yeah. So you all notice it almost immediately that there is a huge crater in the ground of this section of the hall, like huge, like it's going down to the next level. And from the way it looks is that something came up from below.
Oh no.
And this is a wide crater. This is or not crater, a hole in the floor. It's probably close to 30 feet wide, and it's actually taken out a chunk of the walls as well.
Holy cow.
Yeah, this is something either very massive came through or something very powerful blasted its way through.
Let's follow it up.
You would be able to follow it up.
How high is that ceiling?
It's about 30 feet up.
Oh, to the hole above us?
Kursk looks around at everyone. He's here. Put your hand in here, and he just puts his hand out like doing like one of those, the end of like a soccer game when you were a kid doing the 2, 4, 6, 8, whatever. And if everyone acquiesces, he starts to mumble quietly under his breath. And then you would all sort of feel this lightness imbue throughout you as he casts fly on all of us.
Nice.
Sweet.
Why didn't you do that for the mold?
Wasn't worth it before. We didn't need to not get hurt, but we need to get up there.
Very well, I would have done the same, but I'll remember that.
Okay. What order would you like to go up?
I don't mind going first anytime because I have abilities that will allow me to things.
It's pitch black up above us.
Yeah, it seems like it's a similar case like down here. There, you could kind of make out this like faint light, but it's nowhere near as lit as the rest of the hallway has been up until this point.
Okay. Very good.
And when whoever's going first, I want to know: do you just fly straight through the hole, or are you going to try and be stealthy about it and like take a look first?
I have a pretty good stealth check, so I guess I'll try to go up there precautiously.
Okay. I just need to. I actually just need you to give me a. It's going to be a low DC for a stealth check. So if you'll just give me a stealth check and pretty much don't roll a 1.
I rolled a 2, so that gives me 10.
All right. Yeah, no, it's good. You didn't roll that one. So you get up, and being for a barbarian of the beast totem, or a totem warrior, and having connections with these different animals and beasts, you have this sensation that comes over you that's kind of like a what an animal would have being around like a predator, a being
Spider
prey.
sense?
Yeah, that you get that tingle. So as you kind of gaze around, you and kind of attune your ears. At first, it's eerily quiet, and then you kind of hear these groans, just the of something just beyond your sight of vision, down one of the hallways. You kind of look down the other one, and there's no noise that seems to be coming from down there.
So it's the next level up, and there's a hole in the floor, and I have one direction or the other that I can go, and one has the creature, and one seems to have nothing.
Yes.
I will message to my master to tell him that. Can I first try to see? Oh man, does the maybe an instinct of being able to tell if this creature is maybe large enough to have made this hole? That it's that creature, maybe be able to try to see if I have insight for that or not.
Yeah, honestly, give me whatever role you think would apply, and just let me know what that role is.
Is it a natural being or is it something else?
For the best you can tell, well, what exactly do you mean natural?
Well, I'm trying to just see if it was like a beast. I am one with some beasts, so I might be able to have some more of a.
Yeah, you can tell that it's
for it.
not it's not a beast. It's not some kind of animal.
Okay.
The noise that you hear is not that of a natural animal.
Then we'll go with like survival then, because pretty much everything else I have is pretty much the same. So
Okay.
nature would give me a benefit, but a 6.
6.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be, but something that you kind of know is, something that you can kind of figure out is that if with predators, they tend not to make noise unless they're not hunting. Whenever they're hunting, they're very quiet, they're very stealthy. So whatever's making this noise probably isn't giving off that presence that you're feeling. It's not causing that spider sense.
Lord Kursk, there's an abomination up here. But there is a way that may be clearer.
Oh, and just so that you know, there is not another hole above you. This hole is just leading to the 8th level from the 9th. Well, actually from the 10th level through the 9th to the 8th.
Could I try to determine which way is the correct way?
Yeah, give me a survival check to recall the map and see if maybe you can figure it out.
Oh, no. I'm at 4.
Yeah, no, it's not. Even with a modifier, I doubt that's going to be high enough.
Okay, so then I'll just tell him, like I said before, that there's a being up here one way, and then the other way seems less aggressive. I'll send that to him through message.
So, boy, yeah, Kursk is actually, like, for being a leader, he's actually quite stupid, and so he relies rather heavily on others for strategy. Like he's an 8 wisdom and intelligence, so he kind of has this air of authority and responsibility, but he always kind of goes like, "Yes, if that's what you think is wisest, we will follow your lead." So he's like, you can. He's like, I'll leave the choice to you. Our fate is in your hands.
I will charge at the sound of the beast, and if I can, like, as soon as I'm over ground, I'll rage, so that if my fly falls because I'm raging, I'll fall on ground. But I'll try to charge at it, like Superman charge.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, so you take off. You come through the hole. You take off towards the sound, and you go into that rage. And it doesn't take you long till you're like coming face to face with a large group of what looks to be a mixture of both guards and inmates, just kind of standing there at first. They're just kind of just bumping into each other, kind of coming down this hallway towards you. As you get a little bit closer, there is something about them that kind of makes you realize that, and you've seen them before, that these are zombies. That somehow these guards and inmates, either as they passed, after they passed, somehow they've been turned into zombies.
Yikes.
I just see those. I don't see the big beast.
No, you do not. But you can't tell that the noise you heard probably didn't come from them. But you don't hear it at the moment. Now all you can hear is the slight groaning whimpers of these zombies. Just because you're right up on them and they're kind of all doing it over each other. But you definitely know that these things are not what gave off that spider sense sensation.
Oh wow. I'll stop where I am, and man, I'm gonna try to fly over them. I'm still flying, or did that drop?
No, you got 10 minutes of that.
Okay.
As long as I
yeah, I'm
maintain
gonna try
concentration.
All right. Fly over them then.
Okay. Yeah, you would be easily able to fly.
I just want to see what's maybe as far as I can go. See what's on the other side.
All right. So you're pretty much just gonna keep flying until you find something.
Yeah. See
Okay.
what's around. I'm not really bothered by them.
No problem. What are the rest of you gonna do while you wait? While after he's gone up and taken off, what would y'all be doing while y'all waited for his return?
Mr. Smith wants to take advantage of his fly spell and get up to the 8th floor as well. And just kind of hover and look around and probably just catch a glimpse of him moving down the hallway. I don't know if I can see him.
You'd probably just catch him as he was. Now, after he gets a little bit away, he would disappear, but you probably catch just that tail end of him shoot off into the distance.
Okay. And
something about this floor that.
Yeah, I was going to relay down the hall. They could come up if they want. There's no immediate danger.
Okay, yeah. Something that's kind of similar about this floor, about as below, is that same kind of scenario where a lot of the walls are kind of like cracked and this light is obscured, where there's just these sections of lights, and then there's these sections of darkness as well. So it's pretty much all dim light, and then there are some sections of almost complete darkness. Almost looks like there might have been some kind of crazy battle that happened in this area.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should go down. Okay. Well, I'm just going to hover there and.
What would the rest of you two like to do, Fizz and Kursk?
I'll fly up to meet them and see what I can see through the hole once they have headed out and through it.
Okay. And how
Yeah,
about
I want to
Fizz?
do the same. Just fly through the hole, and I guess if I see the zombies, I mean, I would just want to fly over them too.
Okay. Y'all actually wouldn't see the zombies. They're a little bit away. Uranus flew towards the noise that he was hearing, and it took him a second, but then he came right up on him and then just flew over him. Y'all wouldn't actually be able to see them as of yet. But y'all all kind of fly up to this next floor, to the 8th level. And I kind of imagine that you would all kind of stay there for a second, waiting to see if he comes back. In only a minute or two, you'd hear, well, well, well. I guess it's my lucky day. Found 3 prisoners trying to escape. And this sound will be, these words will be coming from in the darkness directly behind you. And you'd hear the footsteps of somebody exiting from the darkness coming into the light. I'm going to shoot over to Uranus. And Uranus, you fly for a good minute before anything kind of happens. You're just shooting through, trying to, figure out your surroundings, trying to figure out where that original noise came from. And as you get deeper into or further along this corridor, you get that spider sense again, that danger sense. I need you to, what would that be? I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Is it from something I can see?
Yes, it is.
So I have advantage. 9 or 3. I'll go with the 9. And just dexterity gives me +4, so 13.
13. So as you're flying straight ahead, and you come up to it so quick that all you can think to do is turn. And when you turn, you hit the wall next to you, and you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
Raging.
Okay, so I think the minimum you can take is 1.
Okay.
And if you'll give me a history check,
Okay.
real quick.
15.
Okay, so yeah, you as soon as you saw it, you realized what it was, and you realized that you needed to turn. You didn't need to hit this thing head on. Even raging, you understood that. That that you have now come face to face with a death tyrant. And you kind of recall that guard that you kind of blackmailed and threatened into helping you had mentioned that something wasn't quite right about the lower floors below the 9th, that whenever guards went down there, they didn't come back. And this thing is quite possibly the thing that blew a hole from the 10th floor up to the 9th and then up to the 8th floor. And this may have been the reason that, nobody came back.
I'm gonna try to blast back towards my companions,
Okay.
my master, to convey that information to him. So I'm trying to get back in range to be able to message him.
All right, give me a stealth check real quick.
Very well. Modified 20.
Okay, yeah. So somehow you're able to, you dodged it, you hit that wall, and you realized what was going on, and you booked it back. Somehow, without this thing noticing that you were there. Just because, you didn't hit it. And it wasn't facing you. So you start making your way back. The rest of you, while he is on his way back, this figure steps out into the light, and he is dressed in a guard's uniform, but it's a lot fancier than a lot of the other guards' uniforms. It's not a simple, basic military dress. He actually has, some pendants on showing that he has some kind of rank. And he also is a little bit more uniform-wise laid back. He actually has like this vest on that's kind of this blue color like the uniforms, but he doesn't have a shirt on underneath. His hair is real messed up, and he's got this bright red hair that's all kind of all over the place, like he hasn't been keeping up with it. And something else that really stands out about this guard is that he doesn't have a weapon on him. He doesn't have a sword. He doesn't have a shield, no spear, no crossbows, nothing like that, like some of the other guards carry. And he's just standing there, smiling at y'all. And he's just said that he has had a lucky day, that he's come across 3 prisoners trying to escape. If everybody would please roll initiative, except for Aranis until he gets back.
Gotcha.
Nine for Kursk.
Yeah, 3.
And how about Mr. Smith? Okay.
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, it's fine. So, Mr. Smith, you see this individual first, and you realize kind of what's happening, that he is a guard, and kind of from what you can tell, he seems to be kind of powerful guard. He's not like the others. There's something different about him. What would you like to do?
Is he of normal size?
He is. Yes, he is a human, actually.
I'm going to try and explain to him that we're trying to get these prisoners to safety. I'm going to try and bluff him.
All right, give me a deception check.
A 1.
Oh my god. Okay. You probably stutter real bad, trying to catch your mind up with what to do, what to say. Oh yeah, I'm wearing a uniform. I can maybe bluff him, blah 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 blah, and you start trying to do it, but you're stuttering so bad, and he stares at you for a second and then just starts laughing. And it's one of those, like, he's not mocking you. He genuinely finds this funny. And so, prisoners, safety? No. I mean, the closest thing to safety here is death. And he looks at you a little bit closer, and what are you supposed to be? I don't think I've ever seen you before. What's your name? What level are you even from?
Yeah, and I also forgot I was still in my changeling features. I hadn't changed back to human form anyway.
Yep.
All right, then I think we need to leave. Does he have to traverse this 30-foot hole to get to us?
He would, yes.
Okay. Wow. And is Arnis gotten back yet? Probably not.
He is not back yet. But from the amount of, I mean, as far as you might be able to like figure out, is that it shouldn't be too much longer. I mean, he's been gone for not quite 5 minutes, but you highly doubt that he would go too far without coming back to let y'all know what was up.
How much light is behind this guard?
It looks
This
like almost
officer.
none.
Yeah.
He stepped out of almost darkness.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to try and go around him. I'm going to go back down to the. I think I'm just going to hold my action.
Would you like to ready an action, or are you just going to hold it?
The reaction I would ready would be an attack.
Okay. What kind of trigger would you like to put on it? I'm sorry, say that for me one more time.
The action I would probably ready is just to be ready for an attack if this character happens to jump over this 30-foot hole.
Okay. No problem.
Is it just that one guy?
Yes, it is. It is just him. He seems to be alone. With you obviously being kind of taken aback and trying to figure out what's going on, he kind of smirks. He's like, "Oh, I get it," and he claps his hands together, and he kind of rubs them, and then and pushes his hand, both his hands to the ground beneath him, and this cloud just poof on either side of him, and as it kind of fills this corridor, and then starts to slowly dissipate, you can hear the snorts and the like animalistic noises as a shape starts to appear from this smoke, and next to him is a giant boar. He goes, "Okay, this will be fun." Something that's interesting about this boar is that it looks like a normal boar except for the fur. The fur is almost like a bright red or amber kind of color. And with that, it is going to be Kursk's turn.
All right, can you give me a little bit of a spatial description so I know exactly where I am and what the lay of the land is in front of me?
Yeah, no problem. So the corridors are, specifically the one you're in, is 15 foot wide, 30 feet tall. There's this large 30-foot hole in the center of the floor. I'll honestly let y'all kind of pick, as I've been picturing y'all kind of hovering in the center of it. If y'all would like to be off to one side and him be on the other, that's fine. On your side, there's these like gaps of light and darkness. On his side, there's almost pure darkness.
Do I have any sense of the direction that we are trying to head eventually? Because I can't tell if I'm supposed to be going past him or the opposite direction.
No.
To get out.
Yeah, no. Especially since coming up, you're not quite sure where on the 8th floor that you are. So it's really hard to figure out a general direction. Based off of where y'all were going, you were heading towards a stairwell. According to Aranus. So you know that, in the direction that, on the side that y'all are on, if y'all were to continue in that direction, you'd probably end up at the stairwell because it would come up over on that side of the facility.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to start kind of moving. I want to move back a bit, and then I'll ready an action, and if this guy starts to cross, I'll blast him with some Eldritch Blasts.
Okay.
It's all up to him what happens next.
All right. And Fizz, what would you like to do?
Screw this. The 9th floor at least was clear. Let's go back down there. We'll let the big guy catch up with us. We can fly. We don't need to mess around with this guy. I want to just like drop
Go
back
back
down to the 9th floor and start like,
All right.
maybe we should even go all the way down if, I don't know. I want to go definitely drop to the 9th floor though and like hover like down below and like see like what's going to happen up there.
All right. It's about this time that Aranis. Yep. I keep going to Asburn for some reason. But you come up onto this scene. You can't come in just as Fizz is ducking below that hole, and you can tell the tension in the air. You see the giant boar and the man with the red hair standing just on the other side of this crater.
Can I ascertain if he is a lieutenant or a captain?
Yes, please give me an insight check.
9.
9. You can tell that he's definitely a ranked officer, but from where you are, you can't tell if he's a lieutenant or a captain. You tell he's definitely one of them. If you will
fly
give,
at him.
you're gonna fly at him.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Are you attacking him or are you just like flying up to him?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I guess I would. As soon as I came around, like within range, I'd be trying to message my master and tell him that death waits for us the other direction. And I'd assume that I'm flying up and seeing their backs, and maybe I don't see the officer at all. Then maybe just yet, and I'd be waiting on the reply from the message because I'm like, oh, I saw this over here, like, oh shit, and then I don't even really necessarily know what happened on the other side yet.
Right. Okay. So he's relayed pretty much what he's seen to Kursk. If you would like to respond, Kursk, you can. What would you like to do with receiving this information?
Really, I think he's just going to send back agreed and keep moving. Yeah, he has no intention of trying to seek out a fight where none is warranted.
So then I would use the rest of my movement to catch up and then probably see this person, and then I think that I would know that it's a guard. So if I have enough range to get into melee, I would. Otherwise, I would throw a dagger.
I kind of like the idea of you being in melee, and so I would allow it if you want to be within melee.
I'll charge him, and then since my other rage like exhausted, I'll do that. Like, and just go straight at him with my weapons out and everything.
Okay.
Be a projectile.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go ahead and give me an attack roll with advantage.
All right. Good thing. 19.
Okay. Yeah, that'll hit.
All right. I'll use my scimitar. 9 damage. That's the last of my rages. And then I think that I might have used I think rage is an action.
Rage is a bonus action.
Okay, then I have an extra attack then. Oh, that went off the table. That is 16.
That will hit.
And that's for 6 6 damage.
Alrighty. If you'll go ahead and roll me an initiative, kind of considering that like a surprise round because you're like a projectile just coming in.
All right. 23.
Oh my god. Okay.
18 plus 4.
Alrighty. So now going in initiative order, Aranis, it is your turn.
All right. I'm going to set my feet on the ground, and while I'm coming down, still slashing at him with my scimitar. And that is a 24.
That will hit.
Oh, no. Off the table. 9 damage.
Okay.
And I will extra attack. Ooh, nice. 26.
That'll definitely hit.
That was cool. For 6 more damage.
Okay.
And then I will bonus action offhand dagger. No, I won't. But then I will action surge. Because I don't like this guy. And that is 13?
That will actually miss.
Okay. And then I get an extra attack when I action surge, right? I get both my attacks again.
Yeah, you get both of them.
All right. That's 15.
That will hit. Yep, you're looking for 14 to hit.
Okay. 7 damage. More. And it's just an extra action when it, right? Yeah, action surge. Got it. Yeah. And that'll be all I do.
Okay.
For my
Mr. Smith, it is now your turn. What would you like to do? You've seen Aranis fly in like a missile and just unleash all this rage onto this man, this officer, and you've seen Fizz drop below.
Right.
What would you like to do?
From my point of view, does it look like this officer has taken any appreciable damage? Does he look like he's faltering? Does he look like he's wounded?
Give me an insight check.
Okay. $12.
You're not quite sure how much damage he's taken. You've seen that he's been hit, but something that you can make out is that there's just this faintest like second where you can see like it looks like he's smiling.
I'm going to drop down below and join Fizz and call up to the other people. I said, I don't think this is what you think it is. I think this is a lot more than what he appears to be. As I drop down below, and I suggest maybe you guys follow. I'm going to join Fizz.
All right.
9th floor.
Okay, so you drop below. Aranis, you've been unleashing this like flurry of blows onto this officer, and he's just been taking it. Like you've been slashing at him, cutting at him, and where Smith kind of thought he saw that hint of a smile, you're seeing that smile. And it almost looks like he's enjoying this. And one of your attacks kind of pushes him back a little bit, and he slides. And he looks up at you with that grin. My turn. And his whole body kind of ripples. And he starts to grow. And his muscles begin to increase. And this hair begins to sprout from his body as he takes the shape of a giant ape. Something that's also unusual about this ape is that his fur is also that same kind of red color. And with that, you know who this is. You remember the guard that was helping you tell you about one of the captains who was known as the Crimson Ape, who had the ability to turn into a giant ape and was very dangerous, and he was actually the captain for the 8th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And he turns and he turns into this form and just kind of gives this calm kind of chest pound and roar. And from the side, the boar turns to you and lunges at you.
I'll use my
And
reaction to gain my proficiency bonus to my armor class.
okay, so what does that put your AC at?
20.
Oh wow, okay.
Would that trigger our readied action?
If you would like to use the ready action, Mr. Smith, it would not, because he that action would have subsided because he took another turn to go down. But Curse, yours would, if you would like to use it on the boar, since he is kind of lunging, you can.
Yeah, I think I will.
Okay.
Just fire those two Eldritch blasts. Oh wow, they're both going to be. That is an 18 to hit.
For both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they both hit.
Awesome. And altogether, that is 4, 7, 11 points of damage.
All right, so yeah, so these two bolts hit into the side of the boar, and like it singes the hair right off of those sections, but it doesn't seem to have deterred it any. As it lunges at Aranis with its tusks, and he definitely misses with a 13. And with that, it will be Curse's turn.
So still kind of hovering in the air, Curse is gonna, weigh this scene, and fire 2 more Eldritch blasts.
And who are you aiming at? The boar or the captain?
This I'm gonna keep firing at the boar.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get one enemy at a time. All right, so that is going to be a 15 and a 26.
Both will hit.
Nice.
And nice. 7 and 11, so 18 points of damage.
Nice. So you can tell that time when you hit, it did substantial damage. Like it actually knocked the boar over, and it lets out a squeal in pain. Fizz, you're just below, and you're hearing this go on. And you said that you're kind of peeking up, right, so that you can see. So yeah, so you're seeing all this happen. What would you like to do? You see the captain turn into this ape. You've seen the boar attack and be hit by 4 of these eldritch blasts back to back. What would you like to do?
Well, I mean, really, I'd like to just run, but I suppose I have some sense of loyalty to these guys since they've basically been the only reason I've gotten through thus far. So I'll go ahead and try to help them. It's really tough, though, to figure out what I can do. I will go ahead and I want to try to, like, none of my spells really do anything. I want to
Mr.
try to,
Smith
like,
asked you if you still have a dagger.
I do not have a dagger. I left it back there. But
Well, I've got the other 2. Do you want one?
I want to, like, fly over the Captain Guard turned gorilla and boar and, like, fly back towards the darkness. Just give them some sort of distraction to be like, what the heck is that guy doing? Where is he going? And see if there's anything down that way. So I want to, like, maybe it'll take some, like, acrobatics to, or an attack of opportunity even.
All right. So yeah, you definitely taking the attack of opportunity. You're only gonna take it from the giant ape though. So yeah,
I want to cast Shield of Faith on me as a bonus action before I do that. Is that okay?
yeah, cool. Yeah, no problem.
Cool.
And so what does that put your AC at?
14.
14? Okay. Yeah, cool. So yeah, so
Could it
this
be a possibility that his flying over maybe causes a distraction to create the help action, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely, yeah, I can see that working.
I'm definitely trying to distract them.
Yeah.
That is my
So
intent.
yeah. So what I would say is that Aranis and Mr. Smith, on y'all's turns, you will have advantage on any kind of attacks you'd like to do.
Sweet.
Okay.
Just because then it will be his turn after y'all. But yeah, so you fly over the ape, and he's going to try and bring his hands together to kind of catch you. And that will miss. Actually, will it?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Actually, it just hits.
Oh,
He gets a
nice.
14. All right.
He grabs,
let's
like,
see.
my baggy clothing as I'm flying past him.
Oh my god. What is
you have a normal person-sized clothes on and home or something.
All right. So you're going to take 23 points of bludgeoning damage as he just kind of, one hand misses because he's trying to clap you together. One hand misses and the other one just kind of swats you. You're going to take
Am
23
I still
points.
airborne?
You are still
Or do
airborne.
I just... Nice, okay.
Yep, you're going to still be airborne. And you're going to be flying into the darkness, correct? Trying to go back behind him?
Yes.
Okay. So you do so. And then we're going to go over to Aranis. All your attacks will have advantage.
Oh, I'm gonna try and bring down this ginger baboon to his knees. So I'm gonna attack at him with my scimitar, kind of moving sideways while I do so,
Okay.
just for flair. 23 to hit. Well, let me advantage that. Oh yeah, see 24.
Yeah, that'll hit.
because that matters so much. All right. 7 damage,
Okay.
and then I'll extra attack. That's a 9, and that's a 13, so 21.
That'll hit.
And for 10.
Okay.
And then I'd like to bonus action with the offhand. And that is 23.
That'll hit.
Max damage at 8.
Okay.
And then I was like, since he's so large, I'm just gashing along his legs, moving side to side in a rhythmic manner. Just trying to like wear him down, whittle him down, do some damage to him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So as you're like slicing and dicing this guy, it's kind of hard to tell how much damage you're actually doing because the red of his blood is kind of mixing with the fur, and it's making it really difficult to tell, how much damage you're doing.
That's fine. I probably wouldn't finish even if I noticed that he was dead. I want to just have into it. So
All right.
voraciously attacking him.
All right. No, yeah, totally. Mr. Smith, it is now your turn. You've dropped below the surface of ground level, and you've seen Fizz go up and just take flight going over. You've probably seen him get hit, and then Aranus unleash another flurry of blows on this guy, slicing and dicing him. What would you like to do?
Do I still get the attack of opportunity?
You wouldn't get an attack of opportunity. You could.
Has he redirected his attention toward the rest of us?
It's an advantage.
Yeah, you'll still have advantage. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, you'll still have advantage.
Okay.
And I'm within 5 feet, so if you hit, you'll get your sneak attack.
Definitely.
Okay, that's a 10 was my higher roll.
Are you using your dagger or your longsword?
Yeah.
And you got a 10 with.
So plus 8 to your roll, so 18.
Okay, yeah, that'll hit.
Proficiency 4, and your modifier is 4, right?
So it's a D4.
And 5d6.
And 5d6. $24.
Okay.
Nice.
That's a lot of sixes. 24 damage.
Gotcha. Awesome.
Yeah. And I'm going to use my extra action there to get out of his path.
Okay. No problem. So yeah, you get up on him, you give him a good shanking, and then you quickly and skillfully dodge back, getting out of the way of any attacks he might throw at you.
Yep, just stabbing up around the neck and shoulder area, and quickly moving off to his side, getting out of his area of reach.
Right. All right. So it'll be his turn next. So just being cut and slashed, you can tell even in this bestial form that he's seeming to get pretty angry, and there's just this shiver of her, and his hair seems to stand on end, and then just it all ignites, and this whole area is lit up with the flame that covers his body. There's probably another reason he was called the Crimson Ape. It wasn't just because the color of his fur. He seems to have some kind of affinity towards fire. So this ape is now ablaze. And with that, he goes to take a swing at you, Aranus.
I'll use my reaction to increase my AC to 20.
Okay. And he just makes it with a 21.
Nice.
So I don't have to keep rolling the same dice over and over again.
And I'll have your damage unless it's psychic.
Yep. Yeah, you will. It will be halved. All right, so you're going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage from his fist, and then you take 1 point of fire damage as the flames from his fist lick at your skin. The boar lunges at you again and tries to gore you with its tusks, and that will miss. And with that, Kursk, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
How far away is this flaming ape from the edge of this this big hole?
On his side, he is roughly 10 feet away.
And most of my companions are on the opposite side of the hole from where he is.
Yes.
Okay, so I would. Are any of my friends still flying or hovering over the hole, or flying in general very high up? Like, are any of you guys doing that still? Or have you all landed?
Are we out of the fly spell yet?
No, not yet. But you may be. So I'm trying to figure out if I have my plans will depend on if people are still flying.
Because if he lets go of his concentration, it would drop.
I'm still flying into the darkness in the tunnel behind the flaming ape and boar.
Yeah, when I disengaged and got out of his way, I kind of went around toward where Fizz went. On the other side of the hole.
Then I will maintain hovering on the opposite side of this thing, and I will fire 2 more Eldritch Blasts directly at the flaming gorilla.
All right.
And I'm going to use one of my I'm going to use that inspiration. I didn't like that roll, so I don't like that roll either, but I like it slightly more. So 24 and 13.
You're muted there, Jim.
Thank you. Yeah, both will hit.
Oh, sweet. So that is 8 points of damage and 10 points of damage. 18 overall. So these 2 shadowy tentacles fly out at him and slam into his flaming fur.
That's hot.
That's hot. That's funny.
Alrighty. Is there anything else you would like to try and do?
No, not really. I guess like I want to try to keep moving away from him, but I want to stay within about 150 feet, 120 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. Alrighty. Fizz, you've been flying through the darkness. And since you have dark vision, you're able to pretty easily navigate. You fly for a few moments, and you come to a place that's just this solid door. It looks like the door almost encompasses the entire wall. It's not like the stone wall that everything else is made out of. It's actually like iron. Well, I guess this whole wall is more iron, and then there is a door in the wall. and then if you were to go to try to open it, it wouldn't budge. You turn the knob, try and push, try and pull, and it doesn't seem to be responding to either action. What would you like to do?
Well, as an artificer, maybe I can use artificer lore to try and figure out what kind of door this is, how to open it, what the activation is, whether it's a magical door or just a regular one.
Yeah, no, definitely. And so just remind me what, or let me know what Artificer's Lore does. Does that give you like advantage on check?
So
Does it just...
I'll just read it. Let's see, Artificer Lore. Sorry, that's
We'll all learn something
Yeah.
together. That's the kind of learning.
Oh, sorry, that's got to be right in the beginning. I guess that's just my it's my magic item analysis. So detect, it's the same as detect magic and identify. Yeah,
so you'd be able to like identify the door.
Yeah, or
and
at least if it was like a magical type of door, or if it's just a regular type of door.
Yeah, no, you actually realize as you're doing this that you do detect some faint magic from it, which instantly makes it click in your head that hey, it seems that the magic has returned.
Oh shit.
Oh dang. Okay.
Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to sense it. You wouldn't be able to pick up any magic from it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Shoot. So I can tell that the door's magical, but I can't open it. And so I guess I'll have to try to stealthily fly back.
Now,
towards
something else that you also do while you're kind of examining the door is just off to the side of it. It's there's just these 9 runes, these 3x3 runes,
Mhm.
or symbols, almost like a keypad next to it. What languages do you speak?
Just common and gnomish.
Okay. What is gnomish?
I don't know if they have the runes or anything in the PHP. I think there's Dwarven and Draconic and Elvish.
You know what?
No, but I think they have.
Sorry, Artificer Lore actually is a gnome feature, not an artificer feature. So I was looking at the wrong
Nice.
place. That's why I couldn't find it. And
Okay.
it is whenever I make an intelligence check related to magic items, alchemical objects, or technological devices, I add twice my proficiency bonus.
Nice.
Anyway,
Okay, gotcha.
so that's what that is.
Because Gnomish is actually the script of Gnomish is actually written in Dwarven or Dwarvish. You're actually able to read these runes.
Oh, nice.
You can tell that they are Dwarvish. And it seems to essentially just be numbers, the Dwarvish numbers. And so you can kind of figure out that there's some kind of code to get through the door.
And so I'm definitely on the side of the door that's keeping something out or that's keeping something in. Can I tell? Like,
you might be able to surmise that there might be one of these keypads on each side.
okay. Okay. So yeah, I will just, I guess, see that and maybe try to figure it out over there. I don't know. What do the runes say? They're just numbers.
It seems to basically be 1 through 9. There's some that it does kind of stand out as there's no 0. It's just 1 through 9.
Okay. Well, I'll just try to sneak my way back down there.
Okay. No problem. So you start heading back that way. Aranis, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I still want to kill this fiery bastard. So I'm gonna give him some more of my hate, and
Okay.
have at him with my scimitar and rapier. I mean, dagger as much as I can. So we're gonna start off with that, and I'll start with an 18.
That'll hit.
That'll give him 9 damage,
Okay.
and I'll extra attack for 20 modified,
That'll hit.
and that'll be 6 more damage. And then I'll bonus action with my offhand dagger towards his face for 21
That'll hit.
for 7 more damage. And then I'll just like sidestep, staying within melee range, but trying to hopefully turn him so that way my master can like hit him broadside without me being in the way.
Yeah, no problem. All right, Mr. Smith, what would you like to do?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm hovering behind this scarlet ape, some probably 15, 20 feet, and he is not facing me. Is this correct?
No, he is not.
I'm in the dark. I'm in the darkness. Yeah. I'm going to take a kind of a crazy chance. I'm not real familiar with the fly spell. Can I actually gain speed with it?
I'd fall. Choose to fall, and the gravity would.
I mean, basically, I just float at a steady speed. I can't actually go fast. Right.
Yeah, it's not. It's like it's actually I think even slower than walking.
Okay, yeah, I can't gain velocity. In other words.
Oh, it's
Right.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was gonna try and just hit him from behind and knock him down the hole, but I can't do it.
Oh.
I can't do it that way.
I mean, you can always
Actually,
attempt it.
it's 60. It's 60 feet for the duration.
Yeah.
Oh, I travel at 60 feet. Ah.
Yeah. So you are
Yeah,
fast.
Well, then I would
So
like to
you're-
try that.
Twice as fast
Go
as
ahead.
you normally would.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to
Charge.
get a I'd like to get a charge on him and from behind, just topple him over that hole, down
Okay.
into the hole. Hopefully, he falls all the way down to the 10th floor.
Nice.
Yeah. Just because I've never actually had somebody
charger rolls?
charge. Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping he'll hit his head on the way down.
I know I've seen it. I mean, do any of y'all
It's
know?
gotta be in combat. It's gotta be in combat. I'm looking to. Here we go. It's gotta be around here. Dash, dodge. Come on. Shoving a creature, maybe?
Well, I know there's like an actual.
Yeah. I guess I'll use the index. So I can't find it.
Oh, we'll say that it's just a normal attack. So give me an attack roll against him.
With advantage?
Give me a luck die roll first. So a D8, and let me know how that goes.
4. I gotta turn some lights on.
Oh,
That's better. Yeah, it was a 4.
So not with advantage, but you can add do just a basic attack roll, but like an unarmed strike. But add your dex instead of. I'll let you add your dex instead of just doing strength.
A 2. Man, I'm telling you. I guess I need to learn how to fly. So, completely missed him and probably shot over his head, and then probably 20, 30 feet away from him over the hole somewhere.
Yeah. You completely missed him. Got a little bit over.
Yeah.
Over.
Yep.
All right. And with that, the captain, the Crimson Ape, raises both his hands up over his head and goes to try and bring them down on Aranis.
20 AC, baby.
Yeah, he misses with a 19. And then the boar is going to try and gore you. Does a 17 normally hit you?
Yeah, normally. A 16 is my normal armor class.
Okay, so yeah. All right, so the boar is actually going to hit you.
All right. Charge must be in the monster manual or the DMG.
I don't know. I'll have to.
It's out of the PHP from the look of it. But I know that creatures have that, so it's got to be in one of those books.
I know I've seen it because you can either do damage or do the push.
Push or yeah.
All right, so the giant boar gores you,
Right.
and he's gonna deal. And then you're still raging, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're gonna take 5 slashing damage from that, and that is reduced.
All right. He'll snort back at the boar.
For some creatures, charge is it deals an extra 2d8 bludgeoning damage, and then if the target is a creature, it must succeed a DC 15 strength saving throw, or it's probably DC 10 plus the strength modifier, whatever the creature strength modifier.
Right.
Pushed or fall prone or what? Or both.
Or it's prone.
I have to look it up later. I'm trying to see because I know I've seen it somewhere. But all right, with
That's
that,
from the Rhino stats.
okay. With that is Kursk's turn.
All right. How injured do our enemies look at this point? Are either of them like limping or particularly bloody? Oh shoot! I'm not getting any sound. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hold on one sec. Oh, there we go.
The
What is
problem
happening?
is
It keeps
that
muting itself.
No, that was
he's muted.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, no, the boar definitely looks wounded. He's got several sections of fur that are like singed and burned off, that are missing from your Eldritch Blast, and there are some parts of him that are bleeding from where he's been struck.
Okay.
The red ape, there's some blood that drips to the ground that you're kind of able to pick up on and see. But other than that, he still looks like he's going strong.
Okay. So I will start with a shot at the like with one of the Eldritch Blasts going to the boar, trying to is hopefully take him out. 18 is the
That'll hit.
there. And it'd be 7 points of damage.
All right. So what's it look like when you kill?
Yeah.
When you kill
Awesome.
the boar?
So as this this dart of shadowy force flies off, he can kind of tell from the way it's going that it's going to hit in just the right spot. So right as he fires it, he shoots his other hand out towards the ape and fires at him. That time for a 15.
That will also hit.
Awesome. Also 7 points of damage.
All right. Now, Fizz, you're coming back, and you come through the darkness, and you're able to make out this everything that's happening in front of you. You're able to see it from the darkness. The ape is not looking at you, and you've just seen the boar drop. What would you like to do?
House to me.
That
No.
was to Fizz.
I would like to attempt to, I think, shove the ape down the hole
Okay.
from behind, flying, boom, shove him right down the hole. And it says, the player's handbook. Wait, what size is he?
He
Large.
is large.
Okay, that's once. I'm technically medium, even though I'm a real small medium. So I think I can shove him, and it's just a strength or athletics check contested by his strength or athletics or acrobatics check. So he's very likely going to succeed. But I'm gonna
I am going to give you advantage on it, though.
Nice.
nice.
For basically doing the whole missile thing out of the darkness and just and full speed ahead. You've been flying for a second, so you know.
Building up some speed. Oh, I rolled an 18 and a natural 20.
Oh, okay. I'm not even gonna do it. All right. So you're shoving him down the hole, right?
Yeah, I just want to shove him right down the hole.
Yeah. So like honestly what I'm kind of picturing is there's like this moment where Uranus is like, you know, like getting ready to like fight this thing. He sees you coming and he kind of does the whole like get down and you push him and he kind of flips him up at the same time and he just goes tumbling down the hole.
Perfect.
I do want to see how much damage he's going to take though.
Way more damage than I
Like
could
60
do to him.
feet. Or what? One.
Get his melon.
So yeah, so this ape, fiery ape, goes right down the hole. Now from physically touching him, you are going to take 2 points of fire damage.
Okay.
But he goes tumbling down the hole, and if anybody were to watch it as it was happening, you'd see that flame, and then it would just like you'd hear the boom as it hits the ground, and that flame would be there for a second, and then just flicker out.
Sweet.
Nice.
At that same time, that boar, that dead carcass was there, would just puff into smoke, and there would be no trace of it left.
Nice.
I'll roar and beat my chest down the hole at him. Even though I didn't get the kill, I'm just and diffuse the rest of my rage. So.
All right. Okay. And with that, we are going to end this session. This part one session of Escape from Ros-Rasca.
Damn, locked door in our way.
Hey, but you got to push the 8 down the hole.
Yeah, that
Yay.
was awesome.
True story.
Great.
Kicked it right
Good
down.
job. I gotta hunt down some new dice. Way too many low rolls. Good job, guys.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, good
Jeez.
job. That was fun.
Left a trail of corpses in our wake.
There
Absolutely.
we did.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's started a little bit choppy, like on my end, because I was really trying to figure out how the hell I was going to start this thing. And, like, I had an idea in my head, but I was like, I don't even know. Okay, well, mass combat. There we go. So, but then after that, I think everything went pretty well.
I think so. I think it worked out.
Just out of curiosity, how much life is everybody at?
94.
7.
7?
Who's at 7?
7D.
Oh, okay.
7D.
Oh, jeez.
65 for Mr. Smith.
Fizz has 22.
Ooh.
Yeah, damn.
How much did you start with?
100. He's gotten the smack kicked out
Wow.
of him.
He really has, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've gotten some. You got crit on.
It fell full body back flop into some
Into the cold mold. Oh, that was rough.
Yeah.
I have
that
a
really-
spider climb spell too, but I was like, no, I really need to preserve a spell slot. Let me just try to hold on to this guy. Rolled one.
That was pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm like
Uh,
exhausted on everything except for my second wind. But I'm at 94, so I'm like, I don't need to use it yet. But everything else, I'm like,
Yeah. You know,
Find a place to rest.
at least a short. No, I think I don't get rages unless I take a long.
is it? I don't know.
I think so.
You
On
might be
rage.
able to.
But I can get my Misty Step back, my Action Surge, and second wind on a short rest.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got to do the long rest for the rage.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all right. I got spells that I can use if I'm out of rage, so it's kind of
This is
nice little
true.
blend. It's a nice,
Yeah.
nice little build. I like it.
The magic's all been reset, so we're not not like we're in a
Time
hurry
frame
to
as
try
much.
and make a door. Yeah, not a time crunch anymore. Except they're probably
Oh,
going
that-
to start looking for us.
We got a lot of floors to go through.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
imagine
y'all
the
are-
entire prison is in disarray by now. There must be riots everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, it would probably be pretty bad. Yeah, because it's been a good little bit of time in game because y'all been navigating some corridors and stuff like that. But yeah, now that the magic's back on, now there's a couple of other things that may be in y'all's way. You know, there's like that door. You know, it's now you got to figure out either go through that door, you got to go back the other way, or you're gonna go back down. Because y'all can go all the way down to the 10th floor now.
Yeah, while we have fly, I really think we should go all the way down to the 10th floor if we know that the Death Tyrant is up on the 8th.
There could be worse.
I wanna be
You
as
didn't
far
want to
away
go
from
down
it.
there.
That's true. No,
You don't
man.
wanna go down.
Death Tyrants, there's only one. They wouldn't handle multiple of them around.
Whoa, but there could be something else that's loose now from the 12th
That's
and
true.
11th floor that are
Yeah.
on the 10th floor now, or who knows?
Exactly.
It gets
Yeah.
ugly down there, I see.
Yeah.
We're going to die. At least Fizz,
Well,
Fizz is definitely
one
going to
thing-
die.
the 8th floor is going to be a lot easier because they just lost their captain.
Hopefully,
So
yeah.
we're not worried about the 8th floor captain running into us, maybe lieutenants or whatever, but the 8th floor is that much easier.
Yeah, because y'all definitely know that, the higher you go, the less security, more or less, they'll have. They're not going to put their like strongest people up top to deal with prisoners that aren't worth it. Definitely the lower you go, the more dangerous the guards and prisoners are going to be. So yeah, going up, it could get easier, but you got more to go through. Going down, you've got, less to go through, but it's a little bit beefier and a little bit more dangerous.
And there's no windows to the outside or anything, right?
No, this is all underground.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, some rumors that y'all have kind of heard before y'all have been sent here, especially being like of like the criminal underworld. There's always rumors about Ros-Rasca. It's like the former keep of an ancient king, and he designed this place to essentially be like impregnable and inescapable. The traps aren't designed to keep people out; they're designed to keep you in, and slow you down long enough for. Originally, what he would have is like hellhounds and things like that running around just for entertainment, just to kill things. Think kind of like a labyrinth with the Minotaur.
Dang, yeah.
That's kind of how this place was designed. And then they just refashioned it as a prison because it was just so secure at keeping things in. But yeah, so that's session 1 of Escape from Ros-Rasca Prison.
Nice.
Very good. Same time, same day?
Quite possibly. I'll definitely have to let y'all know. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do it exactly. I don't even know what today is. What's today? Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely have to let y'all know probably tomorrow once I can actually think. Just because I've been up since like 4 o'clock this morning. So but yeah, I'm about to have to get to bed soon because I got to get up at like 4 o'clock again. And it's almost 12 here.
Yeah.
So,
Oh man, jeez.
To be young again.
Why so late?
what, to get up?
Well, yeah, why you gotta get up so early? That's crazy.
Oh, no,
4?
that's not early. That's me sleeping in. I'm normally up at 2.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's my normal schedule. Is I'm normally up at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., somewhere right around there going in. Yeah, no, I open at my store, so I'm normally there because we open at 5, so I'm normally there an hour or 2 early, depending on if I'm baking or not.
Okay. Dang.
So yeah, but yeah, I'll definitely let y'all know, and we'll figure out a better time and date. One that make sure that everybody's schedule kind of meets up and everybody can play.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you,
Sounds
Jimmy.
good to me.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. This is fun.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all like it.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can make things run a little bit smoother. I feel like I'm a little bit choppy on my end. So hopefully I'll be able to make things run a little bit smoother for everybody.
It was good.
I don't know if you rest up.
I had fun.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So gonna do a little outro real quick, just so, and then we're gonna stop broadcasting. So everybody, this has been the first session of maybe 3 to 5 sessions of Escape from Ros-Rasca, and I want to thank my players. Y'all been great. Hope to see y'all next week, maybe 2. And we'll be back here and we'll see, are they going to go up? Are they going to go down? Are they going to get out alive at all? Will Fizz survive the next couple of floors?
Next couple of feet.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, and then the fly spell ends, and he's over the hole and just.
Yeah,
Never seen or heard of fly again.
gonna end eventually.
Or either that, or you know, Fizz is going to be the only character that makes it out of here alive.
There you go.
Exactly. That's how it's gonna be.
Probably, most likely. He's got invisibility.
That's what will happen.
But okay, guys, had a lot of fun. Hope everybody will be here with us next time.
Yes.
So we'll see
Have a
everybody
safe
later.
holiday.
Yep. Happy holidays.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have a safe